We are auditors, and we do classic management consulting. So in my team, or I would say for cultural change, we are looking for gamers. So they don't need to love esports in special, but it should be gamers because we think gamers have a special kind of mindset, how they work in digital environments or due to innovative topics. For my team especially, I need gamers because I'm advising, in the best case, endemics or also non-endemics, and not knowing about esports and gaming, then it's hard when it comes, for example, marketing, go-to-market strategies or whatever. And this is one side, and then there's a special kind of hybrids, I would say, because we use gaming and esports also for the HR topic. So how to use gaming and esports to foster employer branding, recruiting, but also team building. So there you need a specific kind of people because you want to use gaming and esports, you should know games and esports. But you also should know about HR, and so this is a specific kind of expertise which is hard to find, or we have to train, but this is also okay. And then comes the mindset again in, because grind is a thing, and also learning something if you're motivated to it. So yeah, we're highly looking for gamers or esports, every kind of esports, and yeah, especially in the top esports, because that's where the music are. Yeah, so we are highly looking for it.
Yeah, I mean that's true. It's even with what I said, when we are looking for people, even if they could be non-endemic, there's a lot of good skills coming from the gamer side of things, right? That's absolutely something we've seen as well. I think a good example is, I should be representing NLP now, but when I was back at ESL, when COVID-19...
Ex-ESL here, just for context.
Yeah. But then I couldn't, and COVID-19 hits, you know, it was super easy for us to keep working. It was just like, we jumped on a Discord server, we hanged out there, we muted, unmuted, chatted, fixed things, shared things. And I think a lot of you recognize this as well, right? While other companies were trying to figure out if Teams has a video function, pretty much. So, you know, you're already there. And then also what you mentioned, it's on every position we see, just this whole, let's say someone playing like a competitive game then, right? Like that whole thing of the combination of someone that's used to work with teamwork, but also teamwork with new people all the time, you know, very fast, building some kind of chemistry or understanding who's good at what and trying to find the best way to use the team and the people you have around you. And then also someone who's just, because at NLP we're a lot of different cultures, nationalities, and same for you guys, right? And the same thing there, like gaming is always a language in that sense, right?
Yeah.
You can meet across borders in different ways. If I look at NLP, I think we're, let's say, 17 different nationalities. And there's a lot of different cultures, and in many big companies with a lot of cultures, there can be clashes. But the thing keeping us together in a very smooth way is the gaming language. It's kind of just overriding everything else that we got. So it's a super key component for sure.
If you don't mind, if I could just go back one step, back to kind of like when you guys were just talking about, oh yes, sure, we need someone in the gaming industry to join the companies in the esports, departments that we, Gian have, obviously for us as an esport company. But I must say that if, let's say, you are always interested to join this industry, but you're not really a pro gamer, or your knowledge is a bit more surface, it doesn't mean that you don't have the chance to still join the industry, as long as you display some kind of initiative, proactiveness to want to learn. We recognize that in this industry, there's definitely a shortage of talent, right? Like, because it's still quite a young industry. So regardless, we have to look outside a lot of times, out of that small little tight sphere of esports and gaming people, to look outside in other industries. Give an example, right? So I have to consider, like in marketing world, if we only look at esports candidates, or candidates with esports experience, it'll be a very small pool of people. So a lot of times I have to look outside. So recently, I've been talking to a Starbucks candidate in Starbucks doing marketing regionally, but her knowledge of esports is not very deep, but then she displayed very good talent, obviously some track record in marketing for Starbucks in the region, and also passion, obviously deep passion for esports, that we think that she can be suitable to be considered to join us. So we have to recognize that we can't just only look at esports. If not, I'm only gonna poach from ninjas in pajamas, or so there's not many choices. It's still a very young industry. A lot of times we find that that's not enough. Like, we're not happy with we'll rinse through like 3, 4, 5 pages of LinkedIn, and then it's still not good enough. So then we have to look outside. But most of the time, obviously, the first step would be to look at esports. But if it's not enough, we have to expand, look outside of it. I mean, I didn't come from esports, and I'm now in esports and gaming. So, yeah.
Yeah, I can contribute to this. Like, for us, it's like we don't even look at CVs in a specific case for when we do our game and esports tournaments in order to recruit people. The CV is not even needed. You have need a grade, graduated. Okay, that's the minimum, and then it starts. Because for us, it's also a little bit the motivation, the willingness to learn, and then also the personal fit, to be honest. Because we say it's super hard nowadays to know each university, to know how good the university is, and for some reason, I don't know, there are even more and more graduates, and the grades seem to be very good all the time. So that's no more, I would say, a separator, if it ever has been. And yeah, it's more about the personality and also for the talents. We call them all talents. If they fit to us, that's how we approach or use it. And then we see, because if someone applies for an esports or gaming tournament at a corporate, he likes it, and that's the basis. And then you use this topic to break the ice. And yeah, you find a lot of people, let's say the gamers, when you start something like this, and then starts a conversation. And yeah, that's so I see. And as for example, for us, as soon as we started to say, yeah, we have a game or an esports advisory, whatever this is, yeah, they started to come. That's funny. So my practice, for example, never has a problem for applicants. That's funny. And the funny thing is,
Really?
yeah, really, we don't.
Do you mean the amount or the quality of applicants?
Both. For example, we had 2 new positions we had to fill, and I was amazed about the quality and also quantity of people wanting to join us. Said, okay, advisory in gaming and esports, again, whatever this is, we couldn't talk about this a little bit off the record. Yeah, they want to join, and even internally, they are asking, yeah, because we're a big firm, right? Only in Germany, we're like 12,000 people. So even internally, they ask, hey, can I join your advisory team? Because, I don't know, the automotive industry, although it's nice, it's not so my thing, and so on. And I'm a gamer all of my life. For us, it was a little bit like a breaker, right? Our image and also our positioning, and the young audience, it crashed. Because for us, it's paradigm, right? You would not consider PwCDP really cool. But yeah, they said, okay, not cool firm, but cool topic. It's irritating. Let's ask for it, and that worked us out for us very well. And yeah, it's how we try to use it.
Yeah, I think we have a great
We had a
quantity, right, or amount. Like that's not even that's fine, right? If you're, I don't know, we had the new team manager for the NLP CS:GO team. You have a lot of applicants, but the quality, that's a completely different thing. But maybe also the people looking at our companies and who are actually, it's a different target group, I guess, from the start as well. I don't know.
Yeah, so we are looking for the STEM people but like there's the highest group of people are still like economic and management guys. We call them the legends of the past, okay? Because they're a little bit older. Often they have a master degree and they're 28 or 29, and they all had a phase in their life where they played a lot. And they vanquished from players to watchers, and then they see this opportunity and they say, yeah, I'm watching every world and I'm fully into it, and they also tell me which kind of fan. Obviously, often it's big, I don't know why, but it's big often, and yeah, and then there starts the conversation. So for us, it's a topic to connect, and yeah, if they're already interns, so internally, the quality must be okay, yeah, and yeah, but also from outside, and it's also interesting for us to get new kinds of perspective, new people who are also not would think what a consultant is. So consulting life is maybe different than academia, and also different when you're in an agency, but maybe this is the same, or when you're in an org or at a tournament operator. So at the moment, it works out for us. Oh.
Well, maybe,
Yeah.
Eric, yeah, maybe I need some CVs from you guys, huh? Like I'm having some, I'm recruiting in the APJ region, and I feel like some roles, and I see the difference, right? Because my colleague is sitting here with me. I see the applications for like in Europe versus like Asia. It's very big, say for the same role. Obviously, I can't compare like a marketing role in Asia versus a legal role in Europe. It's different. But then if you compare legal role in Europe and in Asia, the difference is so big. Like I can maybe post a job online on LinkedIn, you see it there, maybe 10 applicants, and maybe one guy is suitable, and then the guy is like costs $1 million. And then I'll see my colleague posting the same role in Europe, and there's like a list of like options, right? So I don't know why is that.
And it also comes to the employer branding part, right? I think that's something that we at NIP has been pretty bad at, to be honest. Is, for example, we had I think it's still out there maybe, there's an internship for being like a partnership manager at NIP, it was at least. I think I like pinged you, Brian, on LinkedIn, you answered something like it was a joke, thanks for that. And anyway, I was trying to reach out to the university, right? Because it was a really cool position. You would work with international brands, Samsung, Razer, Red Bull, whatnot, but it got like 0 applications. And I think it's because people studying here, for example, at JIBS, we probably haven't done a good job in putting NIP as like a cool place to go to in Sweden. But from like around the world, if we're looking globally, then we get a lot of people all the time, because we've been poor at building our brand right where we are, I guess. So it's also on us in that sense, I assume.
Which I understand that ESL obviously very strong in Europe and NA region, right? So compared to like Asia. So yeah, but then also back to the point where Gian was saying, and then me, you, and Toby in our Google Meet chat, we kind of talked about how. So you were saying all the people from other departments in PwC started to ask, hey, can I join? You know, all these things. We totally understand why, because it's kind of like, take myself as an example. I only came into esports 10 months ago, less than a year. But before this, I was outside industry, right? I was working for boring companies. But always there's this like fire in our heart as a gamer, right? If you're a gamer since young, you know that, okay, look, I may work in other industries, but always thinking about, okay, can I join a gaming company? Always looking out, and then if the opportunity comes, obviously, then you start seeing the scenario in PwC where people started to ask like, you know, hey, can I join or not? Can I be part of this cool stuff, you know?
Yeah, for us, for myself, it was like also, I need to be honest, like 5 years ago or 6 years ago, my department or position didn't exist, right? Because gaming and esports was not a thing. I don't know why, but it was maybe not big enough, or we had no contact to this industry and no knowledge. And yeah, I was a little bit younger, a little bit more, did more sport, and I was not a father, and yeah, in this age, also there comes a time, you as a you're at the company, you do consulting, you're there, and you go. I was like in automotive industry, air industry, so aviation industry, and then heavy industry. I was even at hospitals and so on. So I jumped from industry to industry, and then I realized, okay, for fuck's sake,
never satisfied.
Never satisfied.
Always something missing, you know, like.
I was not hyped, like, okay, hospital is super important, but I was like, okay, it is an important thing, but I was like, I'm optimizing here, whatever I did there, but okay, maybe not my people, nice people, but not my people, and I would say, okay, I need to find something, and I found out, okay, game with esports actually does not exist, and there started an opportunity for me to raise the topic, to sing a song. Gaming esports is important, and at some days somebody said, okay, it's important, and then we created this journey. So this startup mentality, I would say, within this firm also had to be created, and then more joined, and now we're a group of I don't know, we are 600. We have a channel with 800 gamers, across Germany, and it's funny, gaming and esports has also transformational effect. So looking for a purchasing expert in our system is nearly impossible, right? But now when I have questions or topic, like there's, for example, an esports org and they want to optimize their purchasing processes, I would directly go to this channel. Hey, lads, here's ninjas in pyjama. We have an opportunity. I really, it's not hard to staff the project. So, and I find the right person who maybe also has a track record. So that's the transformational aspect from a cultural aspect for a firm, which is not endemic, which is not within it, because gamers are everywhere, and also in our company, that was the idea. That's why it works out for me or in our company.
What something you said before? You're talking about that you didn't read CVs or you didn't get CVs. It wasn't important.
We don't use it. We
don't use them.
Yeah.
Have you tried a lot to play with people that are applying, like jump in some games of some?
Yeah, we have an own format for this. It's called Gaming Masters, and it's a format where we play a tournament, esports tournament, and the top esports games. It's about 6 weeks, and the talents can apply to this format. And it's like it's a 5-on-5 League of Legends, for example, 3 employees, 2 talents, and we mix them up. And with the journey, because they have to train, they have to communicate, they have to plan, they have to make strategy, they have to create or pick up a role, and so on. And we call them observers, but they know about this, are going into these sessions if they want to. If they don't want to, they don't join. We get the info from the employees now, but then we keep it confidential if somebody doesn't want to. And by this process and by this kind of competing together as a team in a tournament, we know afterwards, after 6 weeks, if there's a fit or not. Because at the end, when you come to a company, you have to learn anyhow a lot. So it's for the young professionals, right? For the talents, the new joiners. For young professionals, it's also okay. For senior professionals, it might look a little bit different. So, and yeah, it takes 6 weeks, and you have the group stage, you have streaming, you have the stage, and so on, and that's the big tournament. And below the year, we have, let's say, more of a location competition, like Frankfurt is playing against Hamburg team, and the South, and that's how we use gaming and esports. And we also communicated outside that we're really living up to it, because we say, if we don't living up to it, and really have gamers and esports people, we don't show up to this, and we don't pitch the project. We don't do this. This is our claim, because that's not sustainable from our side, because we cannot be an advisor if at least our knowledge is maybe 1% better than our client. So, or it's on the eye level minimum.
We haven't done it. I mean, that's super cool with the whole 6-week thing. We haven't done that, but we have multiple times sat down and played with people in the process of getting a job, right? That's really interesting. Like, that's something it says a lot. It's hard for someone. Yeah, the collaboration, communication. You know, when it's going your way, how are you acting? It's super interesting, and I'm sure you can do like it multiple times in a tournament. But just like an hour says a lot about the person. Yeah. It's something. It's something we need to get better at and do more, because every time we do, we're super happy about the result. You get to see everything you want to know about a person.
Yeah, you can all do it in small chunks, right? For marketing trainees, we play Among Us, and we don't tell them in advance. Because there are always people saying, I'm communicating so much, I'm so in the middle, and so, okay. And we play Among Us, and then there's sitting a person, not saying a single word in 1 hour. Yeah. I'm not believing then he's really a person talking a lot or is able to create stories, right? And we found out that the observation within this hour playing fits also semi-structured interviews where we think or come to the conclusion it's a theater, right? Everybody knows those questions. They know everything about PwC. They even know what we are asking and what they should answer. So there's no point into it, because there's no satisfaction afterwards for them and for us, because work might look very different. And that's the important aspect of why we put personality and personal fit first, because a person will change and develop over time.
No, for sure. Yeah. But, and also even for people that aren't gamers from the beginning, if we ask them to play a game with us, or whatever it could be, it's super interesting as well, because I think the number one red flag we see there, if someone is just like, no, I can't do it, I don't want to try. I'm like, they get super resistant. Because if you're not from esports, but you want to work in esports, and that's your reaction to trying a game the first time, it's going to be rough in esports. There's a lot of too much to handle, everything is new, what I do here. You need to have that urge to learn and understand and want to understand the whole business. I think that's the biggest mishires that we've done in the past, has been people who are, not that they haven't been into esports, but they are not interested in knowing more about esports, and that's a massive problem.
Well, in ESL, at least ESL Basic Group, at least we definitely see a difference in like people who don't game and game. The gamers, I mean, back to the main topic of this whole panel is, the gamers in work environment, we think really quick, right? In the game itself, let's say, imagine League of Legends. I'm sorry, Julia, League of Legends here, or Dota, whatever. It's very fast reaction,
Yeah,
right?
of
You just
course.
throw the skill shot. You need to know when this guy's gonna throw this ultimate. I need to dodge it or something like that. It's the reaction has to be a split second. We bring this to the workplace as gamers.
Yeah.
So I definitely see a difference when we work. I work with gamers in my field. They make decisions really quick, right? I mean, within something that maybe a big corporation would take months to decide, to approve. This country manager that I work with in Malaysia, she gets it done in a few minutes. She's just like, all right, yep, that's good. What's the numbers? Okay, here's numbers. Oh, makes sense. Go ahead.
Yep.
Right, in few minutes. And also, I gave a task to this other guy who's a very pro player for Valorant. Gave him a small task to come up with some interview questions because he's gonna add some interns to his team. Within a few hours, I was quite shocked. I expected a few days for this to come back, and then within a few hours, he returned the Excel sheet with all the information that I need. I was like,
I think
really
that's
fast.
super interesting because that's also the whole conversation about like Gen Z being entitled and that whole thing, which is a thing as well. There's different factors here, but one thing that I was thinking about talking about this is also it's trying to slot someone in like a Gen Z who's possibly a gamer, good at these quick decisions and quick things happening, and then slotting that person into like an old school system of a company that's super big and slow moving. Of course that person is going to look, I don't know, entitled / just lost, and then the senior leader is telling this young Gen Z to, oh, you need to chill and you need to find your place and work your way up, and then maybe you can have a quick decision every now and then. But they're just ready for something else, right?
Yeah, they're done. They're done. I mean, their work is already done, and they're thinking about what they can do next.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we call them meta skills. We have, let's say, 6 to 8 skills where we say that's what gamers bring, like strategic thinking, learning agility, teamwork, communication, and so on. And we're trying to find out where we see it from someone playing a game, which kind of role, and so on. It's very hard because there might be no evidence about it, but we try to make this for us happen, because at the end, you're able to somehow link them to, let's say, our values at PwC. Integrity is also a topic in esports, right? Someone who has integrity, for us as a firm, trust, integrity is our core brand value. That's also important. You can also see teamwork is also, because our tasks are complex and they're often not, you cannot solve them alone. So teamwork is super important, and so on. And yeah, and those gamers or the esports players bring it. They bring it. Also, new topics, like there are new topics every day. Every day you have to learn a lot. Like when you want to be in top in esports, like when the meta game changes and the strategy changes, you have to adopt, and that's what gamers bring, because and they're into it, right? When there's a patch note, they read it, and it's actually similar when they deal, for example, with Salesforce. There's also a patch note, there's something new. You don't have to patch note, or there's a release, I don't know.
It got buffed or nerfed.
Then the marketing cloud gets buffed again, and you have to pay more for it. But yeah, it's actually the same process. You don't have to tell them, actually, hey, there's an update.
They keep up to date with
They will come to you.
Yes.
The younger they are, they will come to, hey, Gianluca, have you seen? And it's of course I have, and fuck no. And yeah, it's like, and that's about learning and also leading, like, low hierarchies, and also there are topics of field, like in 5-on-5 team, an entry fragger, different skills. He's in the front, he's, let's say, on steroids, whatever, and these are also for young people. They want to be in the front. You bring them, you coach them like an in-game leader. So how you work in a team also changes when you're surrounded by gamers, yeah? And you're maybe more the old gray clicker for them, and yeah, when they hear me talk. But yeah, that's all the skills I think nearly every company in the digital transformation is looking for, or should look for, and introduce this gamer mindset. And yeah, it would help a lot, yeah, with all the downsides maybe to this community.
This whole work from home thing for us is so natural, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
it's just what we do. Like, we use Discord to talk to our friends when playing games. Like, we know how to find our own channels to enter into in Discord to start, chatting, find teammates, which then.
Yeah, and it's not like you're sitting around waiting for. It's not a company sitting around waiting for HR to give them a tool. It's just
They
people
know where
finding
to
ways,
look,
right? TeamSpeak, Discord, whatever it could be.
Yeah, they're finding their own solution also, but it's not only about the technological capabilities, it's also about community management. We had a discussion here, it's like how really communities think. or how to work, right? They are out of this target group. And you can, even for myself, right? The older you get, it seems like the more strategy and politics you have to do. And yeah, you get also a little bit the connection lost. And that's why their input or knowledge and expertise is so valuable. And when we talk about community, to create internal community, we're like, okay, yeah, we do business influence, and like, okay, pass down, let's see what's our internal channels, how we use it, and they also are different, like internally, like in big firm, you also have to promote yourself, and they're easy to do it because they see how streamers do it and so on, and it started internally. We have it's a mix of Twitter, Discord, I don't know, yeah, but actually it's a thing for an audience on our international network, and they're into it, they create their accounts, and they get all the infos from the other practices in the world, and that's their natural behavior, how they interact in social media, and it's super important for them business purpose.
Can I just say that, yes, they think quick, they know how to find all the updates, and they keep themselves updated in their own areas, but at the same time, because they think so quick all this, and they are always super stimulated, they can burn out quite quickly, they tend to some people work in Asia, at least I see, work until midnight, and I'm like, what are you doing? Why are you still replying to the messages? And then they're like, I can't stop. It's just me. But then you're gonna teach them how to hey, can you maybe relax a little?
Yeah.
Go play some games, because gaming relaxes your mind.
That's also it's also a passion thing, right? Work with your passion.
Exactly,
That's a very dangerous line to walk. It's very hard to find that. It's actually we set up some goals for my department for Q4 of this year, right? And one of them was only about finding a way to work balanced in esports. It's impossible, especially since my department is only working around the athletes and performance, and those hours are a bit off and weekends and so on. But finding that balance is if we aim to at least try to find that, if we get 20% there, that's better than nothing, because otherwise you can work,
Maybe it's also a learning thing and a role model thing, you as a leader, right? You have to say, okay, guys, also for our event, this is the toughest week we will have, but then I want to see nobody on Monday.
Yeah, exactly.
We can play online together. And
you still see them, though. You still see them.
Yeah, you see them, but then you have to be more strict, or when you see they're running out of tasks, and that's where you come in and you see they're running out of tasks, and if this is his pace, he will have no task. You don't give him a task.
Yeah.
At the end, you even say, yeah, can I do something? No.
Or they just go into Gmail and keep refreshing,
Go do sports, go to your girlfriend, do whatever you want, or be happy. So we have enough to do. There's a busy season coming. That's what they have to learn always. I always tell them, and it's about leadership, I guess, not working hard, working smart. Yeah, and I also tell to them I'm very lazy, so I try to, and now I'm also a father, so my time gets shrink, I need to be very efficient, try to do this, and then refill and get energy and do something else. Believe me, and then I always sound old, yeah, it's like you will get inspired, and this will help you for your work. Go play some games, you will be inspired, you will have new ideas. It's okay, it's also some kind of working. I do it for myself, right? Some people go for a walk, which is nice, I should do it more. But sometimes I see myself running around in New World or somewhere else and just flipping some trees, and I'm on autopilot, and then it comes the idea. Okay, cool, nice idea. And that's what you have to live up, because it's like, yeah, I see it on my child. You have to somehow guide them, or it depends on the personality. Yeah, it's always like in a team, right? When you have team dynamics, they're also the ones who need more, let's say, closer connections, and the ones, okay, just unleash them and see that doesn't kill himself all the time.
Yeah. Now, the work smarter, not harder is a classic one. Like the one we also talk a lot about that it's a marathon and not a sprint. That's like a thing we do all the time, because sometimes you get caught up in the high speed and there's so much to do and so much fun things you want to do, and then it's like, okay, but we need to, we want to, this need to be sustainable in the long term. What can we do?
Yeah, but it's also about training, right? It's about training. So alone, the concept to tell somebody, take 10 or 1 minute of planning. It will save you time working. You don't have to do everything. Let's make a priority list, but sometimes you can, what is urgent, what is timely, needed. So it's more like, I think, a method tool set you have to train them, and then they try to, or not try to use, a little bit like we had a great coaching session here, like they need to learn a tool set also where they develop, because when it sometimes comes to knowledge about the games and industry, that's nothing you have to tell them. They doing it
know
on
their
their own.
stuff, yeah.
They know it, but it's more
Yeah.
about getting professional, the business, and getting tools, and that's what they learn. And that's because at the end, we also, the life of a consultant, or whatever, also entrepreneur, is not knowing everything. It's knowing the tools, how to solve problems, issue-based problem solving, design thinking, problem solving, whatever it is, or it's a process optimization. That's for our case, and that's what then you have to train them. Tool set.
It's true, right? Like we also discussed it in our own like Google Meet as well as like you know we find these gamers, they have a lot of potential, right? Skill set, all these things, but because they are so their style is more like okay, I just want to do my work in my own room, in front of my own desk. I don't want to interact all this thing, but then it doesn't work in the workplace where you have to collaborate, right? Like physical sense, not get out of your virtual world and grab Eric for a coffee to like discuss about a project, you know, which is something that to gamers it's a bit not natural. You know, like I don't know, like personally, if I didn't have my training before this in all those big, boring old companies, I wouldn't be able to know that this is how I should behave in a work environment to be professional. That's something I see that's missing.
But were you a
in
gamer
lot of
before you joined the first big?
Yeah, I'm a gamer.
So how were you at the first day at the first big company as a gamer? Were you?
Very out of place because I know I'm different from them, but at the same time, I can't like. Sometimes I will try to do like accidentally say some like gaming like terms, right? Like on Twitch, like you say like Fuse Batman or like Kappa or something like that. They wouldn't understand like what I'm saying. I'm like, oops, forgot that I shouldn't be saying that, you know. And you know these guys don't play games. You 100% know these guys don't play games, right? So it's like a bit like a weird, you know. But then now that I'm in ESL, it's just very weird because give you one example, which I also shared in our chat is. So when we onboard new people, we have a town hall, and then we welcome the newcomers, and everybody gets to introduce themselves. Like, oh, hi, So this guy was like, and it's a real story. This guy was like, hi, I'm Sam. This is how he introduced himself, right? I'm a hard start gold in League of Legends, you know, and then everyone in the chat, because it's live, right? Because it's a global call, everyone in the live chat started to like, oh, I'm hard start gold as well in Valorant, and then it just keeps going. Everybody starts chiming in and all this, and this is how we introduce people, which obviously won't happen in a traditional company. So, it's and also we get it, we get each other. Whereas in my old companies, no one would have understood what I said, what this guy just said, right? So it's those cool little things.
But I think something we didn't really agree on in the call we had was more on the concept of gamers. I mean, it's very broad, and like all gamers are like this. Of course, as in any sport or any thing you do, there's so many different personalities and traits and so on. So I think that's also a thing. Like, what are there gamers? Have you seen, or any one of you seen, connected to what games they're interested in? Certain type of personalities. Because if I like go a very high level, for example, to me. Working in general with CSGO players is very different to working to Dota 2 people, for example. It's different personalities in general.
It's a sensitive topic, I don't know. Like
maybe, but it is like a big, and there's absolutely the same personality traits in both places, but like as a general group. And then you have StarCraft 2, or you have a FIFA, which is completely different because they are more sports guys usually.
It's very thin ice when you hear some game designers. But there are personality types, definitely. But I would say there's no evidence or there's proof really to say this kind of gamer or this kind of personality. But let's think about it. It's like someone who's playing always support, like in a game. Might be a little bit different.
Toby.
Might be a little bit different than someone who's an AD carry, entry fragger, duelist, or whatever. Might be from the ground set, but I think you would have to bring it up to genres like FPS, mobile strategy games, and then within this, there would be also then, okay, the different kind of roles you can play. I see it maybe from my peer group, although I tend to play a lot of FPS, so Counter-Strike, Valorant, Overwatch, depends on my mood. And they have a peer group, but I would say even within the peer group, it comes then to roles. But what I see is the people I play with, they tend to pick always the same kind of role which exists in a game.
Across the different types of games.
Yeah, different type
yeah.
of games. There's one. He's fully convinced he is an entry fragger and the top fragger, but he is definitely. But that's his personality. I'm the classical filler because I hate it when the team sucks because the composition doesn't work.
You mean like jungle?
No,
play
it doesn't. No, I play
works.
every
Fill-
role.
fill,
I
like,
play
so you just
every role.
just
If it's
carry
an
it.
Overwatch, I just take what is left in order to win.
Yeah.
That's more my style. I'm more about
If it means you have to be a tank,
yeah,
one
yeah.
day, and then
I
a
play.
support the
Then
other
I go
day,
for
yeah.
Reinhardt and I swing the hammer. Then I'm very aggressive and I swing as much as I can, as the healers can. But that's also my kind of style when I'm in a project, right? I'm a generalist. I feel like, okay, I can handle everything, and then I see where's the bottleneck, where I have to fill in order that the project will not go wrong. And at the end of the day, I always end up saying, next time I'm not doing this. Next time I'm doing what I want to do, but at the end, the overall goal makes me satisfied. Right? We also played Overwatch, and then I have to also play support. Yeah,
But what? You're stealing his role.
yeah, it's still but you have to two supports in Overwatch.
Oh, you can.
Yeah,
okay.
but then I'm more like the LSD support that is super aggressive and is doing damage, and that's my kind of style. And it seems like there are people tend to pick the same roles. And if you want to make it more academic, you need to make studies to conduct it and to make a translation for the top games or installed base back to, let's say, professional skills and kind of personalities. I think that's a bold task to do, but could be valuable.
Yeah, it's super interesting.
Yeah. I mean, in League of Legends, that would be considered a troll, by the way. If you use like a aggro support,
Yeah.
like people like you to use tank instead. So I'm the kind of troll support, by the
Yeah.
way. If I got filled into a support, I don't want to play a support because I'm an ADC.
Yeah, a troll or...
So I'll troll all day long. I'll use like a Jinx support or like a...
Yeah, maybe
People hate me, so...
Yeah, maybe it says something about you're on the funny side of the game, right?
Yeah, I don't want to play it.
So-
I don't want to play it the reason, right? I want to play like some weird combo, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe what does it say about you working, for example, when we would observe you and say, yeah, okay, let's make it all in the project, try to do something new field, new approach, and yeah, it's...
That's true.
Yeah, that could be, because maybe there's also some kind of personalities that try to do things in games that are totally on the opposite of their personality. Yeah, that could also be, but maybe there's even a pattern about this. Then when it comes to specific environment, they want to do something else. Maybe they're the ones that try to do something else. And yeah, that's we're trying to work on this to get an answer to this, but it's not possible without studies, without the field. And but my feeling is it could say a lot about it, and it could also change the kind of how you do HR, right? I mean, getting the answer to what kind of personality and which kind of job might fit to you better, that you are happy, the company's happy, and then you stay longer in the company, because there's nothing worse than you're doing a job or something you don't like, you will drop out. And that's costs of hiring is very high for a company. Yeah, so it's all about being very transparent, find it out, but yeah, it's a transformational process, I would say. Because at the moment, HR and getting people, it's like it was 10, 20 years ago, right? CV, interview, and so on. Yeah, you need to try something. Maybe on your side it's different, but on our, let's say, PwC side or company side, we see it also within other companies. Telling them gamer mindset, they're the ones you should look for, maybe. They don't understand it, like the typical persona, 55 years old, Hannelore, never been used to gaming in life ever. And then the next thing you tell her, and you can also make maybe assessment, or what? The ear starts to bleed, and you need to do a lot of education. That's an educational process. Because many HR departments, and also ours for a long time, and we try to make this journey, it's an administration somehow. And they have their KPIs, they have their budget, which is to fill. They're looking for the most efficient way to hire people. I don't know if this is the right way also in the future, because there is, when we go to meta topic now, there is a change in the younger generation. How they come, what they're expecting, how they want to work, and I would say the current HR systems are not up to this. Not at all, and there's a big clash, and it's just wasted money, burnt money at the end.
Yeah, agree.
Yeah, so I told you, I'm just asking one question, and they're talking for the whole time. But that's, again, something where it's also about hiring the right people, the right fit. And in our pre-chat, and I knew that is the easy one for me, because you fit so well to each other. So if any conference or whatever, take those people, give them the space, and they are talking for the whole time. And we are already.
1 hour.
It's been an hour?
It's an hour?
Yeah, it's nearly an hour. So
Can we get another hour? No, just joking.
we can go in the next room and just
Ah,
keep
okay.
talking.
Continue
Keep
between
talking.
ourselves,
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay.
But I have one final question, or you can just say one sentence for
Wow, one sentence.
for our students.
Do your best now.
Try it. So you can do a long one sentence, but But what's like one tip you would give a student who just finishing up to, as you were saying, you are joined this for the passion. So how to achieve this?
What we have achieved, or
How to achieve a position
How
where
do
you are
you
saying,
get into
okay,
gaming? How
get
to
into gaming, get to
is also-
something where you're passionate about.
I think, okay, keep it short.
He said one sentence.
One sentence. Can be long.
It's 4 sentences so far. No, okay, so
Yeah.
it's hard to, getting into it, that's more than one sentence. There's many different ways. So I'll skip that part. But I want to leave people with one thing, which is at NLP, we're not looking for necessarily the one that's the most expert on something, or that is really good at something right now, because esports is so much about grit and just keep grinding. There's a lot of changes. We have no idea what it looks like in 10 years. So, the one that can be around with that and still be positive, be a nice colleague, having energy, keep going. You spend time on something, it changed direction. If you can live with that and you're good at that, that's something you can really grow with. So think about that rather than getting in super expertise and I want to be the best social media manager. Think about that part, what I mentioned now. Like that's a one sentence-ish answer.
In German, it's one sentence.
Yeah,
So
pretty much. You have one word for the whole thing, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You just toss it out and it's done.
I can't do one sentence.
I can.
How about you
I mean,
do
I
one
didn't.
sentence and I try to do as short as possible. I can't do one sentence.
I can try to fail. So look at the ecosystem and see what kind of mission purpose a stakeholder has, and look at yourself and be honest what kind of work or your daily work should look like, and then search for a right job and for the right people you want to work with, because it's impossible to plan your career so much in advance. It will come along the road, and at the end it will connect. So I'm just, for example, like the sentence goes on, I would never create my career like being in management consulting, being in performer, senior person, athlete, played soccer, love also food and marketing, and now I'm lead business development, metaverse, gaming, esports. No way. It will change, and like gaming, you can hop onto the next game and next company, and that's nothing bad. That's how the game is. So take level by level. So it was a very confusing long sentence, but
It was one sentence at
well,
least. That's the most important part.
Yeah, okay. That's what I would give to younger people.
Okay, just one part is the stigma around joining gaming, because people always candidates tell me, oh, this job never existed when I was looking, right? But then now it's becoming more a viable career in esports. I know the industry is still young, but you just have to have sorry, I don't know how to say it, best say it, that's not rude. You need to have the balls to come in. Yeah, you need to try to have the, master all the courage in yourself, have the balls to come in, but also be strategic around it. So I think for people who are gonna graduate, gonna look up for a job, I have something more tactical in terms of advice, which is sometimes you might need to start off in areas that is not gaming and then slowly link here, link there, connect the dots, and then come back into gaming, like me. But then I would say if you're really fresh, starting out, draw like 5 columns. One column is, okay, what are your strengths, right? And if you don't know your strengths, then what would your friends say that you're strong in? Secondly, second column would be what do you know that you love to do, that you can spend hours doing without hating it, right? That's the second column. Third would be weaknesses. If you don't know, ask your friend, right? And then the next column would be what you know you absolutely do not want to do or you suck at. And then the final one would be open up LinkedIn, open up the job boards, and look at what companies in gaming and in esports are hiring. And then see, okay, maybe you can click on some people's profile and see what roles they're doing, and then try to see, okay, based on the overview that you just written out, where can you fit yourself into, and then kind of architect your next few roles to get yourself that role in gaming. May not be the first role, but if you plan properly, you can get yourself there. So this is more like tactical, yeah. On top of everything else, the lovely gentlemen have
3
shared.
sentences then, in total. Just
Yeah.
super smooth.
Super.
Yeah.
Totally
Great job.
creativity on one sentence.
You will
so
get the abstract.
Is that
of
one
this.
sentence like?
yeah, it's one sentence for you each, so perfect
So
done.
sorry,
so.
yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
So yeah, very much thank you for sharing your thoughts. And you see, it's a super interesting topic, and there's so much to do, and there's so much to change as well. And what I always think about, okay, like in every esports, we can do it differently, and that should be something where we always have to strive. We should do it better than others. And that's from us. So thank you very much. And
Thank you.
okay, I got heard 10-minute break, and then we have the next panel, right?
Cool.
Stay tuned.
Thank you very much.
That's a wrap.
Yeah, we did. Excellent.
Huh?
of Esport Insider. Next to him is Peter Varga, who is a senior engineer specializing in research and analytics at Fnatic. And Patrick Jackiewicz,
right.
senior partnership manager, Challenger Mode. We worked out how to pronounce it beforehand. So welcome to the panel, guys. Everyone give them a round of applause.
We haven't done anything yet.
I know that, but sure, I'm giving you confidence. Sam, so we're going to start with you. And can you explain to everyone here what Esport Insider is and how you understand esports business sustainability as part of that?
Yeah, absolutely. So Esports Insider, we're based over in the UK. We're a B2B focused media and events company with a media agency arm as well.
You forgot about the sustainability
Do you want me to do that one
yeah,
as well?
yeah, go on.
That's a big question to start.
Okay,
us
we'll
off.
go by Peter. Tell us
Never
what
get to
Fnatic
the
is. I
guys.
think everyone might know, but what do you do at Fnatic?
So yeah, Fnatic is a global organization, global esports organization. We are very, very focused on performance. We have 8 teams that compete in 8 different titles, and some of them compete in academy leagues as well. And on top of that, we sell physical products such as merchandise and gear product, mice, headset, these kind of things. We sponsor creators. We have our sponsorship deals as well. And we do offer a membership program, so it's quite kind of like a big organization entailing a lot of different business units.
Fantastic. Patrick, tell everyone what Challenger Mode is, which is a Swedish company.
Yes, exactly. We're based out of Stockholm, for anyone who's been there, down in Södermalm. So we are a global competitive gaming platform. We focus on building tech that makes competitive gaming and esports accessible both to players and to organizers. And by organizers, we're looking at a wide range of stakeholders, from your group of mates looking to organize a small little competition between you guys, all the way up to tier 1 international global events.
Awesome. So, Sam, now you can explain what is business sustainability from your perspective in esports.
No, I'll jump in.
Yes.
Thank you. For us, and we can get into this later, but as a primarily media company, right? That's how Esports Insider started, which was esportsinsider.com. We launched in August 2016 as we saw that there was a bit of a gap in the market for purely esports business coverage. We had TEO when Mr. Graham Ashton was there back in those days. Hey, Graham. But there weren't that many doing it, and there was certainly an opportunity to cover that globally. But I think a lot of esports-focused websites and media companies have come in kind of all guns blazing and grown far too fast, maybe overestimated the market to a degree and have since come and gone. We're still here and we're growing consistently year on year. So I think what does it mean to me is consistent but steady growth. That's certainly the approach we've taken, as opposed to I think a few other companies in the space who have gone all in due to the hype, which is understandable. But yeah, that's the model we've taken.
So we do have like 3 very different entities within the ecosystem. So Peter, you know, Fnatic, I mean, the Katowice after party was amazing in 2019. The amount of people there, I don't know how you're still sustainable. But in terms of a team and a brand, what is esports sustainability in business terms to you?
So we turned 18 this year. We're legal, yeah. Which obviously wouldn't be possible if we were not sustainable to some degree. So what our mission really is to keep doing what we're doing, keep competing in different titles, keep focusing on performance and winning, but at the same time provide entertainment for people, bringing the community closer together, because we feel like gaming is such a good vehicle to unlock culture and creativity within people, and bring really like people of all sorts together to kind of like have a good time, and that's kind of one of our missions. So we gotta be sustainable to achieve that on the long run.
Okay, and Patrick, Challenger Mode is relatively new compared to Esports Insider and obviously Fnatic, the old dog of the table. So what's sustainability in terms of what Challenger Mode does, and have you kind of changed in the last few years?
Yeah, I think sustainability really is the core of what we're trying to achieve. That's really why we're building our tech. You know, and I know we'll touch on the topic of grassroots later on, but really, for esports to be sustainable long term, it needs to have a bottom-up approach. A lot of money is invested in the top, and that's great, and it's generated some crazy brands like Fnatic, like NIP we saw earlier. But really, we're about building the tech that democratizes esports and gives tools to the grassroots scene and to regular everyday organizers that are trying to make it big to actually achieve what they're trying to achieve, right? To give someone that doesn't necessarily have the funds the ability to host a tournament for 10,000 players if he wants to. So we're all about building that tech and offering it for free. So if anyone is ever interested in running tournaments, that's really where we're trying to fit in.
Okay, and just to point out, their Halloween party in Stockholm every year is also very good.
Yes.
Sam, you haven't invited me to any parties yet, but let's start with the basics, right? Revenue streams for esports. What are the key revenue streams right now, and how could that maybe change in the future?
Yeah, well, I think it's talked about a lot, right? But we are still overwhelmingly and maybe overly and horribly reliant on sponsors. God bless the sponsors, right? Sponsorship is a key part of the pie, and it's understandable, and it has been growing, as we see some of the amazing brands on your jacket wouldn't have been there a few years ago, right? And that is continuing to grow across most esports titles and across the ecosystem. But I do think most teams and tournament operators are incredibly reliant upon that singular revenue stream. We can go down the rabbit hole of talking about media rights, and if that can work in esports or in any particular esport in the same way it does in football and other sports, in the same way that it helps to distribute revenues accordingly there. That's a whole panel in and of itself, I think. That is one that I do think has potential, but I think the obvious is the revenue shares with the game publishers, right? What Valorant are doing seems to be a fantastic example for the partner teams. Don't quote me on this. I think it's $32 million.
Looking at Graham.
Again, I'm just going to keep bringing them up all the time. $32 million that was distributed in skin sales, and I believe half of that was split with the partnered teams. If that model can be replicated across other esports titles, then I think it can be, to your previous question, absolutely very sustainable. But I do think right now we are very, very reliant on sponsorship, and we've seen the pitfalls of that with the crypto issues of late, right?
Well, we didn't have room for a panel on crypto, and I'm actually glad it didn't happen now. Peter, you're representing a team. You're engaged, and is it what Sam's saying correct? Is sponsorship a key component, or how do Fnatic negotiate this sort of?
I don't think we will be able to detach sponsorship from the video game industry, or esports at least. And I think it's also important from the brands participating within esports to kind of like represent themselves and use esports as kind of like a method to share advertisement to the target audience of esports. But we diversify our revenue streams pretty well, in my opinion, to kind of like not rely too much on sponsorship and the money coming in from external brands. So I mentioned we sell physical products, so that's something that we launched in 2017, so that was 5 years ago. Those are designed together with the players, so we try to kind of like fit a market where a lot of other big brands such as Razer or Logitech don't really have access to the pro players to the degree that we have. So we design mice and keyboard and headsets with them and give a chance to the general population to use similar gear that will enhance their performance, just the way that they interact with the video game. So that's one big revenue stream. That's e-commerce and wholesale alike.
I got the Fnatic Gear Black Friday email through this morning. Some very good options.
Yeah, sign up on our shop. Good discounts. Yeah, and we do the design in house. So like in the London office, we have a little kind of like cave with a 3D printer. So it's we do put a lot of effort into kind of like making something really custom from the world of esports that people at their home can kind of use, like really. The gear. So that's that kind of like e-commerce and physical products is a big part. We do also do digital products. So because we participate in different games and they do skin sales and stickers in CS:GO, for example, or like in Halo, they get like these bundles. We do get some revenue share from that too. And obviously the sponsorships. We do merch, so apparel, hoodies, that also counts as kind of like physical products, but I think the idea there is a bit different. It's a bit more kind of like about creativity, about representing the brand. It's about lifestyle wear as well, so it's not just kind of like in your bedroom gaming, but you can represent the brand outside, just the way I am doing it right now with my jacket. So yeah, like we put these all together, and I think like really just a long history of participating in elite tournaments led us to the point that like we can venture into these different kind of like diversifications of revenue and income.
So Patrick, you're a partnership manager, right? What's your perspective on how this? We've got the media guy, we've got the team guy, and as a platform and a partnerships manager, how do you see the revenue streams from your end?
Yeah, I think, just to echo what the guys have said here, I think we're not going to get away from, be needing sponsors in the space. I mean, sports still have them today. That's not changing. The revenue share model is very interesting, and it's probably a model that can be duplicated not only towards partner teams, but other stakeholders in the industry that bring value to the games. This is something we've started exploring with at Challenger Mode, is how do we utilize our technology to enable people to host competitions at scale, which generates value to the video game. It generates a competitive community. We all know competitive players. Turning a player from a casual to a competitive player generates more value to the game developers. I think it's like 4 to 5 times more value on average, meaning ultimately, the grassroots scene is directly generating value to these game developers, and I think an argument can be made that some of that probably should look to trickle down to organizers, but also solutions that make this possible. So that's something we're looking at, and then I'll say something that's probably maybe a little bit unpopular, monetizing the gamer. And not only obviously gamers buy video games, but the freemium model obviously is very common. But I think esports teams are getting better and better at it, right? And monetizing the fans, selling merch, memberships and so on, which I know we'll also touch on. But that can be duplicated across other parts of the industry as well. And again, touching on the topic of organizing tournaments, which we are Challenger Mode are all about. Excuse me. It's giving the organizers the right tools to be able to do so, and that's something we focused on over the past few years as well, in order to make that accessible on the platform.
So basically, we have to make trickle-down economics actually work.
Actually work, exactly.
I mean, okay, so esports is media. We're here to media management and transformation. So at its core, it's media. Is it oversaturated with media and content and games? Is it challenging because there's just so much out there? I mean, who wants to take this one? Patrick, we'll start with you for a change.
I mean, I think there could be an argument made for yes. I guess maybe, I think where we maybe need to do a kind of a rain check and is to start looking at the quality and ensuring that quality content gets the limelight that it deserves. And there is a lot of quality content, but the oversaturation kind of makes it all disappear and kind of into nothingness, right? Because people are just oversaturated with the content, as you said. How we do it, I think, is an interesting conversation, right? I think platforms like Twitch and all of these streaming sites are obviously a good platform, but even there we have oversaturation. So I don't have the perfect answer, and if I did, I'd probably be a millionaire. But
this conference wouldn't be happening if someone had the perfect answer.
Right.
Peter, what's the sort of Fnatic strategy to content and how you actually maximize the value from what you do?
To kind of like touch on the point that you guys mentioned before. The world is oversaturated with content, with the likes of Spotify and Netflix. I don't think we can avoid that, and human creativity is going so quickly that people push out kind of like new stuff very, very frequently. But at the same time, I do believe it's kind of like a self-regulating thing. Like if people don't want to watch a video, no one's forcing them to watch a video. If someone puts out shit content, like it's not going to be watched. It's not going to be sustainable if you don't put out good content. So it's going to be kind of like I think like it's a free market for content as well. We do rely heavily on content. We have a phenomenal studios at Fnatic. Like I'm a huge fan of the guys. We do anything from 3D kind of like 3D motion and graphics to kind of like live behind the scene videos as well. And I think it just caters for the different kinds of like fans what we really put out. So some is focused more on performance, some is focused more on entertainment or kind of like documentaries or just fluff and memes. And we do track kind of like what content on what platform goes kind of like above expectations or below expectations, what we need to focus on more. There's no kind of like, yeah, as Patrick mentioned, there's no perfect answer for it. Like we do kind of like try out new stuff every now and then. We do try to put in a lot of creativity and keep up with the trends and provide good entertainment for our fans as well. But we kind of like assess the metrics based on how it goes and figure out what works best.
Sam, I mean, you're B2B, so your content strategy is completely different. So we have the grassroots organizers, the general audience, the science nerds, and you're the business thing. How do you cut through the competitors in terms of content?
Yeah, I mean, as you say, like we're a bit of a niche. So I'd say there's less, to a degree, there's less concern or requirement from our side in terms of cutting through the noise. One thing I do wish there was more of in esports, and whether there is really a market for this in terms of the costs of doing it versus what you can get from it, is the long form editorial content, right? And that's not an esports problem, let's be clear. That's a world problem.
Yes, we've
right?
all lost our attention spans, I know.
Yeah. What the Athletic is doing in sports I'm not even sure how they're doing these days, but is that something that could be replicated across esports and video games? I don't know. I really like to think so, but I'm not sure that many that have tried it haven't quite got it right. I think the likes of Dexerto push out a lot of content, we'll call it that, and that does allow them to create some fantastic content as well, right? Like the long form stuff that Richard Lewis does, as an example, is real journalism. That's very, very difficult for most companies in this space specifically to do.
Yeah, especially when you're managing so many stakeholder relationships as well. I mean, there's one really key thing about esports is it's digital, right? And everything is recorded. And Peter is the one person who goes to a science conference and goes, oh God, look at all the research nerds. Because he loves the data and analytics. So we'll start with you, Peter. Like the role of data and analytics in business, starting with what Fnatic does, because that is a key difference in esports, right?
Yes, and our tech team is very behind the scenes. I think a lot of people don't really know kind of like how it works at Fnatic. I do want to kind of like share some thoughts about it in a sec, but it's incredibly pivotal in the success, I believe, in the way that we operate the business. The same way as in science, we deduct knowledge based on facts and data and kind of like the analytics that we do. In business, we do decisions based on the analytics that we do. So there's a small, like it's a small tech team that we have in house, but we really wanted to kind of like make sure that any tool that we use and any kind of like business unit that interacts with a tool such as an ERP like a resource manager or the social media team like any social media platform, we pull that data in centrally and then we do that frequently. We store it, we clean it up so it's kind of like really easy to visualize and analyze, and we build kind of like the whole what we call kind of like the modern data stack and the data platform that on top of it anyone in the business can go in and consume the data. So they don't live in kind of like Excel sheets like randomly with restricted access. People have access to like any data in a clean and concise format at Fnatic, and we have a BI tool on top of it which people can kind of like build their own graphs and everything. So we really facilitate this idea of self-serve analytics because the tech team is small, and I don't come from a business background. I don't really kind of like know how, like marketing works to the detail as someone who actually works in marketing and has expertise in marketing. So we want those clever people to ask the clever questions. We've helped them out with kind of like how to do it in terms of tech, and we've seen really good success with how we how we made business decisions based on kind of like the metrics that people, first of all, the metrics that people came up with. They're like, oh, we have all this data. Can we like track this and see how when we do different kind of like, I don't know, activations or campaigns, how it kind of like performs, or do analytics what moves the needle. And we're trying to do this kind of like in the games as well, but mainly like our focus is in the tech team is to kind of like develop this very, very data driven and analytical culture within Fnatic across every single business unit. So
I mean, so all three of you, like, data is kind of key, right? So Sam, I mean, a lot of the B2B stuff is based on metrics. I mean, how does Esports Insider kind of negotiate that? Do you work with external agencies, or how do you leverage metrics and analytics into your business model, and what do you do?
I said we work quite closely with Shikenzo Analytics, who work with, I think, 20 plus teams now in terms of assessing the ROI of sponsorships. Sounds similar to what Fnatic have built in-house. We work quite closely with them in terms of our events, for example, so establishing what the actual value of the property is. And I think that is something that a lot of teams and TOs, from what I've seen in sales decks over the years, could be better at, is that I think esports rights holders, by and large, are very good at engaging fans and knowing their audience and creating engaging content for them, but putting a dollar number on that and then proving the value of that is difficult and has been a challenge. And I think as an industry, we've been getting better at that in recent times, with the likes of what Fnatic are doing in-house, with the likes of what Shikenzo do and now offer, and that product and tool is continuing to improve year on year. But it's certainly an area that we can improve as esports as a whole, and ESI very much included in that.
And Patrick, I guess that when you go into any partnership discussion, you have a stack of analytics behind you for Challenger Mode. What sort of way do you kind of approach that?
I mean, exactly. I think, you know, for us, analytics plays, you know, kind of a role at two different parts of the business. On the partnerships front, you know, I think we're past the point of approaching non-endemics or endemics and selling them a dream of, you know, this is the unknown that you should get involved with, right? It's, if you don't enter a conversation with hard data, you know, you're going to be thrown out, you know, by minute 2. So data is key on that front, but as a platform and as a solution, as a tech solution, you know, data drives everything that we do. Data drives, analytics drives, you know, every single product decision that we make. You know, to give you an example, you know, I don't think it's a secret to anyone here that, you know, mobile obviously is on the rise, but what we were seeing is mobile, you know, kind of rising much sooner, much quicker than we had expected, which completely pivoted our kind of business focus to, you know, let's go out and let's find, you know, the next PUBG Mobile, let's find the next Free Fire to work with, and obviously part of our business is really automating those titles on Challenger Mode in order to make the tournament hosting as automatic as possible, right? So you don't have to set up stuff manually, you don't have to come back and report scores, which, you know, a lot of the kind of the tournament sites kind of rely on today. Really, we're trying to automate that experience, and analytics allowed us to kind of identify that, well, it's not a niche anymore, but back then it was. And go after those, you know, those game developers that are building these really cool mobile titles.
I mean, so I'm so tired.
You got a whole day left.
I was already in the grassroots. Yeah, I know, and tomorrow. So esports is always driven by grassroots, right? Yeah. And I think we've seen trickle-down economics don't work, but we need it to work for esports. So we need the revenue to go down. So what about in terms of business when we connect it to grassroots and education and what's happening around esports being embedded into education? Patrick, do you want to take this one to start? What do you see happening?
Sure. Yeah. So I mean, the topic of education, I think is interesting, because I think it's in here that a lot of the analysis, you know, takes place and will take place in order to improve the processes that we have, and really find solutions to tackle the problems that we are facing, right? And I think, you know, again, to kind of go back to what I mentioned earlier, I think grassroots is the foundation of everything that, makes esports sustainable in the long run, right? We see it in sports, right? We see the local clubs, engaging the local youth, and there's a lot of great initiatives already that focuses on that same on that same kind of target market, right? The likes of, we have Esports United here, Phoenix Blue, like these great organizations that are really trying to make a difference on that level. So I think they intertwine quite well, education and grassroots. I think education will probably be the knowledge sharing within education will kind of help build out the grassroots ecosystem as we need it to be long term, because I don't think we're there yet today. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done, in my opinion.
And Peter, how does Fnatic engage with the grassroots? Is it something that has been sort of, they've come back to and maybe forgotten in the brand building exercise?
Well, we mainly focus on the professional teams at a high level. That's kind of like what our brand is built around. However, we are trying to find ways to get into grassroots, mainly in the UK scene. Recently, we launched the college partner program at Fnatic. We started this year, and what it basically does, we found quite a few colleges in the UK. So college is kind of like a high school equivalent in the UK, 16 to 18, and in the UK there's a BTEC, which is like a high school exam equivalent, where you can take an esports course. So you can basically study esports from the age of 16, and everything from broadcasting to team management, coaching. You just get kind of like insights in a high school setting around it. So there are quite a few colleges who do these, who also have like competitive teams in the colleges, so they compete in kind of like a college league in the UK. And we partnered with 4 of them, and what we try to do is provide enrichment to students, because we realize that like where we are sitting here now, with the next generation currently who are going to sit here kind of like maybe in 15, 20 years is in school. And if we can provide them the best experience about esports and start to educate them about how esports, the pitfalls, like the good things about esports and the bad things about esports, but also kind of like build hype. Like esports is really cool, guys. Like let's not kid ourselves. It's really good. We did like an event, a live event at the headquarters a couple of weeks ago, where around 40 students from the colleges combined kind of like came over to the office. People from our partnerships team, from our studios team, were giving kind of like talks like how it works, and we found like amazing engagement from the students. Like they're really excited to kind of like get into the scene. So there's a really good talent. There's a lot of people who like, just like how they discussed in the panel before, there are tons of people who will want to work in esports in the next 10, 15 years. Like we did realize our responsibility within this kind of like phenomenon, that like, yeah, like let's kind of like give them something from the industry, from the team, like, that they can take home and work with, and inspire them even more to, grind their skills to be the next, the next Brian sitting there in the chair and moderating the panel. So,
but not as a pro player, definitely.
no, as a pro player.
It's the soft skills you can learn from sports as well, right? That's
Yeah.
a massive part of it. And I think that's for me with the grassroots, there's much more being done in the UK now than there was when we got started around that 2015, 2016 time. And that's really great to see. I think the opportunity with coaching specifically, it's difficult for various reasons, but the opportunity with coaching when it comes to esports is huge. Like what Matt, if he's in the room, and the team at IFOEC are doing, what the Icelandic guys with Esports Coaching Academy have built and are globalizing next year. Massive opportunity. Because right now, like if I'm not yet, but if I'm a parent, or a lot of parents, I think in the UK, if their kid has an interest in Fortnite or Rocket League or whatever, I don't think it's necessarily still seen as a bad thing by the majority. But even if it's viewed as a positive thing, where do you go with that, right? Like I played football as a kid, I played Sunday League, I played at school, etc. But there was that infrastructure in place to help me take that next step and to learn from an accredited coach in a safe environment where the parents can drop you off. there's a big opportunity for that, I think, in esports.
For the transferable
Just-
skills, if we get the
Yeah,
right
for that
infrastructure.
as well as learning to play the game properly in a safe environment with a coach.
Do you think that the pressures of monetizing and trying to be sustainable are actually making some companies lose touch with the grassroots, and maybe, you know, education might be happening that's not, it's a cash grab rather than a beneficial thing? Is there, as we try to make a sustainable esports ecosystem, is there a danger it's all about the dollars or euros or kroners, whatever?
Are you asking me?
Whatever, yeah.
Oh, wow.
It
Oh.
seems like-
Let's go first.
It's pressure,
but
right?
I think esports had to start somewhere. I think yeah, like the dollar came in, like obviously kind of like the pro leagues are leading the way in the esports, and I think they're kind of like craving the path out to a lot of good things that, in my opinion, esports is going to bring in the future. Like just as you mentioned how you were playing Sunday League, I think esports gives such a good value to people who do not want to participate in physical exercise but still want to experience proper teamwork, proper kind of like athletic characteristics about setting up a goal, training for it. If it's through kind of like a football on a football pitch or with a video game on a computer with your friends, I don't think it matters. I think if you can learn those skills, great. But first, yeah, I think first we did need kind of like esports to kind of like boom up into a big business to show that like this is how it works, this is how the sports element of it works. And I think now conferences like this are a great place to kind of like think about, yeah, great. Well, first of all, how can we kind of like make it long term? Second of all, what are the learnings that we can take to put it into our local communities and into our kind of like grassroots ecosystems?
So my thinking here is that, you know, going back to Sam's point on infrastructure, I think that's what traditionally has been missing, in my opinion, right? The fact that, you know, yes, you can play ranked in, you know, in a game, but that is not really the you know, per se esports, right? It's competitive gaming, but it's not necessarily esports. So where do you go to do that, right? And that is the problem we try to solve with Challenger Mode, but we try to give others those tools to solve that issue in their regions for their communities. But I also would argue that it's like monetization cannot be, you know, forgotten or pushed aside. I think sustainability, you know, monetization is a key part of sustainability. So really it's about, you know, how do we build that infrastructure? How do we give, in my opinion, the local players the necessary tools to build some form of a business around what they're trying to do? And in the end, it all culminates at building value, right? Whether that is global or locally, that is what's going to drive sustainability in the grassroots scene. If you find a way to build value, I don't think if you're monetizing or not really makes a difference, right? You can be monetizing if you're generating enough value by charging someone for it. You know, I think they'll gladly pay, right? I mean, I was growing up playing football, and I had to pay a membership fee every single year to play, but I still loved it, right? It generated a lot of value. I got to play with my friends, and I think we've kind of maybe stepped away from that conversation a little bit in esports, and I'm a strong believer in, you know, again, going back to, you know, finding ways to build value and looking how we can monetize the players down the line.
I mean, I think I'm going to open up the audience for people who have questions, because we have time now, I'm assuming, because I can't get this watch to work I borrowed off Ben. We've around 10 minutes, so does anyone have any questions for any, the microphone's coming around now? There's going to be lots. There's Gabriel starting it off.
We can hear you anyway, if it helps.
Just smack it.
Let's see. Oh, there we go. Hi. So I just have a little bit of a question. At the start, you were talking about sponsorships and that you believe that it's going to be impossible to remove sponsorships from a esport in and of itself, since it's an integral part of it when it comes to financial aspect. So my question here is, when you work with sponsors, how do you make sure that you only work with sponsors to follow your ethical standards and only, well, follow what you believe in, for example?
a better place than me.
Sure. Yeah. So when we pitch to sponsors and when we look for new sponsors, we have to make sure that they align with our brand archetypes and our brand values. We do find that it's really, really important. I don't know if a brand like a
Swedish
toy,
Democrats.
yeah, or like a goofy toy company would come to kind of like, hey, can we sponsor Fnatic? But like if their archetype is like completely different, they're kind of like the funny ones and the jester ones, and we're the professional ones. We're kind of like more of the pioneer front. We cannot really kind of like put the two logo next to each other. We just cannot kind of like make that connection. Like, no, we don't want to represent your values on our jersey. We don't really want to kind of like, like mix the two together. So there are long conversations during the pitch process and during kind of like figuring out how the partnership will go together. It's also very important because our studios team work on so many kind of like content pieces that are tied together with the sponsors. Either the sponsor kind of like sponsor like a short series or a documentary, and we cannot kind of like have this misalignment of values. That's either kind of like business values or ethical values, or kind of like just thinking about long-term partnerships, because otherwise it just wouldn't stay consistent with what our brand messaging is or what their brand messaging really is. So. What are your thoughts?
Yeah.
I'll jump in quickly on that one. I mean, I think it's become difficult. It's become more and more difficult to a degree in esports, as so many different types of brands have jumped on the space as well. Like as one example, I know somebody who was working at a high-end luxury fashion brand at the time, and they were considering their first foray into esports land, and the team that they were talking to had an energy drink. They're trying to shut me off soon. Had an energy drink sponsor as one of their main partners, which is fairly commonplace in esports, or understandably so. Because of that, they didn't proceed. So I think it's also the case of, as well as aligning with values and such, an esports rights holder, team or TO or whoever, has to consider the brands as well, right? And that's difficult.
I think just to maybe add to here, I think specifically for a consumer-facing brand like Fnatic, right, that element of fit is extra important, right? Because the brand is everything, right? Fnatic is a global international brand with millions of fans, right? I'm selling it for you now. From our perspective, Challenger Mode, we are really an infrastructure. We're a tech provider, so we want to say we're for everyone, but of course, there's brands that we actively stay away from and don't seek out, right? And there are some rules and regulations in terms of obviously who we are allowed to work with, because obviously, we have partnerships with effectively every single large game developer, and we try, we stay true to those partnerships we have there. Yeah. Welcome.
Big thank you to our sponsors for the conference, by the way, and after this there will be coffee and fika, which I need.
Hi all, David Michaela from RMIT in Australia. And just on the topic of sponsors as well, you spoke just then about a lot of brands jumping on esports in terms of sponsorships and partnerships. But one of the areas that I find is missing when I'm doing my research is social causes or governments actually sponsoring esports. So if you think about a lot of the social causes that really target young men, road safety, for example, problem gambling, healthy relationships, anti-smoking, you don't tend to see a lot of sponsorships within that space, even though it's the right target audiences, and they tend to put a lot of money and sponsorship into other channels. Really interested to know why you think that is, and why you think there's an issue there with getting them on board, the sponsors.
Yeah, I'll jump in very quickly and say, I agree with you for starters. I would have expected there and there to be more at this juncture, I suppose, and I hope that there are more incoming. and then it's on their. I'm sure many of them are at least fully aware of it, right, with the demographics in place. Movember have done bits and pieces in esports, I guess more so in video games, but certainly in esports. This is actually probably the man to talk to.
He won Movember.
But that is at least one entity. There are gaming-focused charities, but I guess that's like special effects they have in the UK, but I guess that's a little bit of a different strand. The stopping or preventing gambling harm one is one that I worked in the gambling industry for a while, and my position on regulated bookmakers and gambling sponsors in the space is that we should encourage that, and that's a whole other conversation.
That's a different panel, that's tomorrow.
Exactly. But at the same time, I absolutely think that there needs to be more done about preventing gambling harm in esports and in gaming. I was chatting about this with Tom at lunchtime, actually, in terms of the Twitch streams that focus on slots, for example, and some of those streamers that have been signed to esports teams. That's a big old problem, and there needs to be more research and more works done to draw awareness to that, I think.
I like the question. It's a very good question.
Yeah,
But I do find it very hard to answer from our side. I don't think they would target for these social causes. I don't think sports teams and sports brands individually would be the right target. More than like tournament organizers or game developers. You know, I don't think Fnatic. If suddenly we put like a Movember logo here, I don't think we are the only ones in the esports scene who would stand for men's health and mental health in males. So yeah, I think that's my 2 cents for this question.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can chime in as well. I think I very much share what's been said already, but I think from our perspective, what we're trying to do is highlight the causes that do exist, and so we have. If you ever go on challenger mode, we will literally put front and center any tournaments, any activations happening by these specific causes, and we do work with a lot of them, and they find tournaments as an effective tool to kind of get their messaging across, as mentioned, as special effects, and all of them have hosted stuff on challenger mode. Our part, the role we're trying to play from our end is, we're just trying to kind of highlight and scream their names as from the top of the mountain, so to speak, because we definitely believe in those causes, and we think all that good that's being done in the industry, it needs to be highlighted. Yeah.
We've 2 more questions and we'll finish.
Yeah, it does work.
Oh, harder. There you go.
There you go.
Is this one?
Thank you very much for the talk. Marcin Lipski from FitGamer. And this man over there almost stole my question. But you didn't go into governments. With everything that we see here, and especially with the last panel, there's so much benefit from esports, especially for the younger populations. What do you think? Is it possible for governments to actually, lightly said, give a shit finally, maybe, pardon my language, and maybe, if engage obviously with commercial brands like you are, let's say a school league driven by Fnatic on a challenger platform, reported by Esports Insider, but funded by a local government, and yes, no, why, maybe.
Love it. Genius, yeah. I think on the topic of government, I think we're seeing some good progress. I think in Sweden.
We're sponsored by the Jönköping municipality partly, so they are looking at what we're doing in sustainability, and so here there's they're very good with DreamHack Week, and I see the value in it. So we're a case study of us starting at least.
Yeah, exactly. And there's more towns in Sweden that are trying to do what they've seen the success in Jönköping and are trying to do so. I guess looking outside of Sweden, that's maybe where it is a little bit more grim. And yeah, I think just measuring the effects that what Jönköping has done on the city, a study on that would be an interesting case study to bring to other other cities around the world and show kind of the effects that esports can have. The tournament idea here, we actually did something similar with, well, not necessarily government related, but we did something similar with Fnatic back in the day where, you guys, and this I think was before your time even, were using Challenger Mode to scout for talent, right? And that was kind of a grassroots initiative where you were trying to use the tech and tools that we had built. And so, yeah, definitely more room for government to get involved, and I think needs specifically for the grassroots scene.
Sure. I think Malta is a good example to look at. So Gaming Malta, which is essentially a government body, has sponsored, they just extended actually the sponsorship of the ESL Pro League, so a CSGO competition for those who are unaware. They extended that for 5 seasons, I think it was. Like around, I think it was 2.5 years, 5 seasons. And Gaming Malta's push into esports, which has been going on for a few years now, but obviously COVID put pay to that for a while. But part of that is to bring the bigger tournaments and bring tournaments and tourism to the island, but also from a business point of view as well, that they want esports teams, esports companies to set up shop in Malta as well. So they are trying to build out that ecosystem, and they've kind of gone all in to a degree in terms of sponsoring a pretty high-ranking Counter-Strike competition. So really good to see from them. In the UK, where I'm based, not so much going on, but we can barely keep a prime minister for 10 minutes, so we've got bigger problems to tackle. Although that said, London and Partners are now have started a push into esports with their publicised ambition and aim is for London to become the European city of esports by 2024, which is fairly bold, but exciting for me at least.
Okay, we've got 2 more questions. Do you have a question? Yeah,
I
and
do.
then Julia, you can do it.
Hi, yeah, thanks for the panel. I'm Josh Jarrett from Staffordshire University. So I was just wondering, you all mentioned variously the role of publishers there, and there were some case studies there, surrounding like Valorant and skin sharing. We know that publishers make the lion's share of the value really when it comes to esports. So I'm wondering how you all see the future of that heading, and if you think there should be more revenue sharing, or is this the trajectory you see the industry going in with publishers? Any thoughts?
For me, very quick answer, I really hope so. I think esports as an industry will, the growth won't continue, at least not at the same trajectory, if more publishers don't follow. So obviously it has to make sense, business sense for them as well, but I think Valorant and what seems to be the model going forward of Valorant is a fantastic example of how they win, the teams win, and then in turn we have a more sustainable esports ecosystem, right? So, yeah, I very much hope so.
I think esports is in a special position where we can almost build a sport from scratch based on all the learnings that we had from the past 100 years, from like what business model works in kind of like franchising in football or local leagues, etc. So I think it does make sense to try out new styles and new kind of like tournament formats and new revenue share formats. Yeah, I agree with Sam. I hope it continues. Like, short answer there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, going back to what I said earlier, I mean, I read something. Activision have already made $1 billion off of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, right? So it goes quick, and there's a lot of money that they're making. I think going back to what I said earlier about the value creation, I think they'll gain more in the long run by having this trickle-down economics and looking at these rev share agreements, not only for the pro teams, but also for the entire ecosystem, because they own a sport, effectively, right? It's like somebody owns football or soccer, depending on where you're from. Sorry. So yes, I mean, short answer is yes. I think it'll help the ecosystem grow. It'll come right back. The reinvestment is right there, and it just obviously affects the interest, right? The better the grassroots scene, the bigger interest, the more people are willing to spend, and that just again money right back into their wallet, right? So I definitely hope, like the guys here, that they see that too, and I strongly believe that we're slowly but surely moving in that direction.
Not just final, very quick one on that. Not just the revenue share side of things as well, but I guess more clarity in terms of, and that's an industry problem to solve, not like publisher by publisher. But I've spoken to brands wanting to enter the space and that have tried actively to find this themselves, but not being too sure about, can they run a Rocket League tournament with a prize pool? It's difficult, right? And there are solutions like Challenger Mode and others to help you solve that problem, but I think more clear positioning directly from the publishers and that information, I guess, to be better disseminated by the industry at large would be very, very helpful as well.
Okay, Julia, final question.
Oh, my microphone works actually. Yeah, open question, because environmental sustainability is my daily bread and butter, and I'm working in a kind of I'm working with our suppliers, so I'm not working in a silo. That's good. But now that you're here, what is your outlook on environmental sustainability? How can it really best be connected to all of our businesses so that we are automatically driving this? Because I don't see if it is kind of siloed and like a department in your company and everything else is going on as always, I think that's not going to be very successful. I think that all the environmental goals have to be connected to your business goals, and this all has to be entwined. What is your take on that? Do you have any creative ideas, solutions, especially in the face of the esports community being so passionate and inclusive, and I see a lot of magical powers and abilities there to actually save the global problems that we are facing?
Yeah, a big FlyQuest fan for starters. I think what FlyQuest have done as a team in terms of their campaigns to spread that type of messaging has been amazing. And now Trisha has moved on. I really hope that continues, right? And I'm sure it will do. But they are one in many, and obviously not every team can make that their raison d'etre, right? That wouldn't make any sense. But I think as an industry, we can definitely unite and come together to set goals and set targets and try to do better in that regard. We held our ESL London event recently, actually, like a round table about just that, and we had some of the team owners there and some of the TOs there and such, and we're hoping to make more moves with that. That initiatives like that, I forget the name, but initiatives like that have taken place in video games. I was at an event like Barclays do this Games Frenzy thing in London. I was at an event there a few months ago, and that's what spurred me on to organise that workshop at our ESI event. But I definitely think there needs to be some kind of pledge by the key stakeholders across the esports industry specifically to do better in that regard, and that first comes with education and understanding, right? Like that to be more eco-friendly is actually achievable. And I think because it's such a big problem, a lot of people don't want to face it because there's other things to get done, right? And in esports, generally speaking, a lot of people wearing a lot of hats, and there's a lot of things to get done just to keep the lights on and keep going. So I would love for there to be an industry-wide push, and I hope the likes of FlyQuest continue with that promotion of it.
Totally agree. I will continue on your second point in a bit. You asked for some kind of like tips or kind of like creative kind of like stuff that people can do. I can share a couple that I can just remember off the top of my head that we did at Fnatic. One is one of our recent sponsors is Chop Value. They make a gaming desk out of recycled chopsticks. So one of the desks, like one desk recycles like 50,000 chopsticks, and that's how they build like solid wood, like really, really nice tables. So we do want to kind of like raise awareness through our sponsorships. We didn't get to touch on the membership program that we have. It's kind of like it's a blockchain-based membership program that we launched earlier in the year. And when building out the technology and the backend to do so, we evaluated kind of like the environmental impact of each transaction from the blockchain that you do. And we like basically what you said, like big initiatives are really hard to kind of like, change the outlook on environmental sustainability. But when we have a chance to make a choice between kind of like, good and bad or even better, we do try to kind of like make the better choices. So these are some of the examples. But also, the education part is huge, and we do know that we have access to a lot of fans. We have access to a communication channel on Twitter and social media with which we can reach out like to a lot of young people who form the next generation of our planet, really, who will work for environmental sustainability. So I mean, it's kind of like not within my role, but like I really do hope that we will push out more positive messages around it, like on our channels, to have that kind of like educational impact that Sam was talking about.
Chopsticks desk is really cool as well.
It's beautiful.
Yeah,
it's beautiful. Yeah.
Do you have any with you?
Hmm?
No chopsticks with you?
It's in my Airbnb. Yeah, I'll bring it tomorrow.
Nice. I think just to finish off that thought, I think on the point of having almost an industry-wide pledge, I think it's an interesting idea, and just it seems like such a trivial, easy thing to do, right? But obviously, there's so many stakeholders that play into that. But it does put pressure on the ones who really control the content to kind of stick by it and to really promote something like environmental sustainability. I think the likes of Challenger Mode, obviously with our tournaments and our organizers, as I said earlier, promoting these causes, but also the likes of Twitch, right, and making sure that that content is visible at the front, and that it's really celebrated, right, and celebrated like these initiatives that people are taking, celebrated and pushed to the forefront, because that ultimately will drag everyone else with it, right? So I think that's my 2 cents on it.
Yeah, and super last point. Without events next year, like we're to take some responsibility ourselves for it. For our big events, will be one thing that was brought up in that workshop we did is that we could have, and I think generally speaking, events could do a better job of publicizing and promoting how you can get the bus, or how you can get the train, or how you can do the ride share, right? Because the travel to these events is a big part of it as well. So that's something we're super conscious of as well, is that to have these discussions, we're getting people to fly in and drive in and whatnot, so in turn contributing to it. So we're going to be making an effort to do better in that regard, and I'm sure most events could.
Absolutely. And look, everyone wrap up warm when we go to DreamHack, because we're now going to walk to it as part of our dedication. Okay, so thank you very much, Sam, Peter, and Patrick. Give them a round of applause. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Time for a fika, for a break.
Thank you, mate.
here.
No.
And the most handsome.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You're the same.
Oh.
Why don't you have this kind of stuff? Oh, damn. Oh. You're special, actually.
Prince, are you going to give us a thumbs up or? Oh, we're going. All right. How's everybody doing? Yes, one person is excited.
There's a lot of enthusiasm.
Where's Brian?
We like that.
I believe he's drinking coffee.
Yeah, can you get Brian? We need him out here. You're not introducing us. You introduced everybody else.
You guys are big enough now to introduce yourselves. Come on, you're on board.
No, we did want to bring him out here. Hey, he put in a ton of work on this conference. Dinner last night was awesome.
Yeah.
Let's give both Brian and the entire university a round of applause. Give me the money later, Brian. All right, so my name is Dr. Seth Jenny. I teach in the Department of Exercise Science and Athletic Training at Slippery Rock University in Pennsylvania, United States. I am the deputy editor of the International Journal of Esports. I am an associate editor with the Journal of Electronic Gaming and Esports, one of the founding members here of the network. And I'm going to let everybody else introduce themselves, and then we'll talk about why we're up here.
So hi, everybody. I'm Amanda Cody. I'm assistant professor of media studies and game studies at the University of Oregon, also in the United States, which is probably obvious from the accent. My work focuses on questions of gender, identity, and inclusion in gaming, but also in the collegiate esports space, on how U.S. collegiate esports grow, develop, and do neither of these things particularly well or organized. So yes.
Cool. Hi, everybody. My name is Nicolas Bezombe. I'm an associate professor at the University of Paris-Cité, especially in the sociology of sports department. My main topic of research are mostly about the sporting dimension of esports, and especially the governance and institutionalization process of esports regarding the traditional governing body of sports. But also I work on health promotion and prevention, and also regarding all the links between Olympics and esports. And I'm also an editor for the International Journal of Esports and the Journal of Electronic Gaming and Esports.
What don't you do?
There are many more.
Yeah, hi, Tobias Scholz from the University of Siegen, doing HR and organizational behavior. And yeah, somehow leading this network.
Oh,
and
somehow.
Most of the time sitting on panels where I'm not talking.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tom Brock. I'm a senior lecturer in sociology at Manchester Metropolitan University. My background is in social and political theory, but I apply that in the context of games and esports. I'm also, we're seeing a theme emerging here, I'm also, or was, deputy editor of the International Journal of Esports. I'm also on the editorial board of the Journal of Electronic Gaming and Esports. But actually what takes up most of my time is as reviews editor of the Journal of Consumer Culture, which is actually a lot of my background is about writing about the nature of video game consumption, why is it that people consume games, so forth and so on. So, hi.
All right.
Hi.
So now that we've got that out of the way, let's talk about why we're up here. Handbook of Esports. So when you look at the literature out there, especially the books in esports, they're very focused. We have some of the authors in the audience, it's focused on esports medicine, collegiate esports, business, management, and there's not sort of a reference all-encompassing manual that covers the gamut of esports holistically, and that is where this project comes in. I was approached by Rutledge to propose the Rutledge Handbook of Esports. And here is what we've already met 6 times. We had long discussions about what we thought should be in this book. We proposed a 25-page proposal to Rutledge. It's gone through blind peer review. Maybe one of you reviewed it. Some of them were pretty extensive reviews. One of the comments was it was too ambitious, was the review comment. So you might agree with that when you see our list of chapters. But this is what we hope that this manual would do. Describe a global overview of esports. Utilize the handbook as an all-encompassing esports reference tool. This is something that it's 50 plus chapters. It's not a book where you would pick up and read cover to cover. It is, I'm interested in collegiate esports or esports ergonomics and injuries or whatever, and you go to that chapter type of book. Understand the interdisciplinary nature of esports is another objective. Evaluate the current issues surrounding the esports ecosystem, which certainly sustainability is one of those. Immediately implement practical, evidence-based strategies and recommendations regarding a plethora of areas relating to esports. So that's sort of one of those all-encompassing objectives that we hope that we're, at this point, providing what the current research and evidence says about these topics. So I encourage you, if you have a phone, which I'm assuming everybody does, put it in picture mode, and this is a QR code which goes to a survey that we've created to try to solicit interest in authoring a chapter, co-authoring a chapter, and or peer reviewing a chapter based upon your area of expertise in esports. We will be reviewing those. We obviously have people in mind that we're thinking about for the chapters, but we want a global authorship for this book, and that was something that Rutledge says as well. You know, we want all the regions of the world that focus in esports and participate in esports represented in the authorship and peer review process. So as we go through these chapters and sections, you certainly, that is where you, in the survey, you would be listing which chapter you feel you would be have the greatest expertise, and then justifying maybe publications and your experience as to why you would fit with that chapter. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure.
You want to add something?
The QR code will also come back up later in the presentation, so if you opened it and got immediately overwhelmed and need to step back, we'll run through the different sections to help you figure out where you might fit.
And if you're streaming it, Prince was supposed to put it in chat, so if he hasn't, oh, he's good. All right.
Thank you,
Thank
Prince.
you, sir. So here are the 9 major sections, and we'll go through the chapters that would fit within those sections. Intro to esports, esports players, esports business and management, education, research, media and communication, cultures, critical concerns, and then future directions. So I know you can't read this too easily, but we just wanted to show this. This is the number of chapters and the coverage that we'd be looking for. When you go to that survey, all of this is listed at the top of the survey, so you don't have to have this, slide memorized whatsoever. But we're going to cover each section separately.
Yeah, this is for me.
We have a question already.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool.
Keen.
Yeah, so that was in small print at the bottom in a critical concerns. Yeah. So, yeah, let's, I guess, hold the questions until we go through them. And then, no, we definitely know how critics crowd be, and we welcome the criticism. All right. Nico, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So as actually Thales mentioned it, we want this handbook to be very practical. So we imagine a kind of template for each chapter, because we want, of course, to have a standardized version of each chapter. So here is what we have in mind. So the idea is, of course, to have a title for each chapter, of course, and to start with 3 to 5 bulleted key highlights of this specific chapter. So it means a kind of main summary of the chapter. Then, of course, start with a brief introduction or an history of the topic with actually the chapter purpose included. Then, of course, all the main content, and we encourage all the authors to include any actually table figures that do you feel is actually very relevant regarding the topic. If do you think that you need to have some, I don't know, inventory or bulleted list, so everything that you feel that make it more accessible for a global audience, especially students, will be actually very, very appreciated. We really want to make the bridge, of course, with very theoretical approach and a practical approach. So it means that we also really encourage you and the authors to actually give some specific examples, or maybe case studies. This is the next point, what we have called the research bites. This is something that I've learned from Thers research bites.
Well, yeah, it could also be an interview with a practitioner in the field, or somebody in industry as well.
Of course, it will depend on the topic of the chapter. Sometimes it will be an interview, sometimes maybe a very specific best case study or something like that. Then, in the conclusion, we really want to highlight some key recommendation and some future research or future trends for this specific topic. There is also a reference list that will be provided. And if there are some specific terms for your chapter, actually, we think about making a glossary at the end of the book. So all the terms that will need actually some very, very specific definition will be added in the glossary at the end of the handbook. With the definition of the key terms, and every actually supplementary or added information that you want to actually add to this chapter, or further reading, or reference that will be not be specific on the topic, but highlight some how to, I don't know, have a global overview will be actually implemented. And some, as we wanted, as I said, very practical, some actually discussion questions, 3 to 5, to actually help the students maybe to work on some specific, students and teachers, to be honest, to work on specific, text or question that will be addressed during courses or lessons or maybe exams.
And really, the target audience of the book is anybody who has an interest in esports. It should not be written at a level that you have to know a ton about esports to understand it. It should be written at somewhat of a 30,000-foot view of esports, because that's what some of these other textbooks are, is it's a lot more detail about a specific topic for it. We anticipate a lot of universities purchasing it and using it for a textbook, but certainly anybody who's interested in esports business, otherwise, could use it.
So as Seth said, we've been meeting since early summer, I think,
Yeah.
as an editorial team to kind of battle out the structure of the book. I'm using battle deliberately. We each proposed our own chapters and then bracketed them against each other to narrow it to the 60 you see presented on these slides. So now we have to fill in people who will write those 60 chapters, because that would be a lot for just the 5 of us. Nor are we experts in every single chapter here. So this is where all of you come in. We shared the link. It will go back up at the end of the slide. We really want experts in all these different areas we want you to put yourselves forward to write different chapters, to tell us which ones you most want, second most want, etc. We'd love you to share the survey with your colleagues, friends who couldn't make it to Sweden this trip. And then after we get that form, after we have a little bit of time from the conference for people to fill it out, we're kind of going to go through and build an author list that takes into account things like expertise, global diversity, etc. And we'll start reaching out to authors in January saying, hey, you volunteered to write this chapter. Are you still available for it, etc. And to answer any questions people have about the project then. We'd be looking for kind of initial chapter outlines in February. We know this is somewhat of a rapid turnaround, but as it's a reference list, not a new research production, it's going to be moving a little bit faster here. We'll get feedback to all of you quickly as well, and then get the full first draft of the chapter by April, as you see on the beautiful timeline that I didn't make, Nico made it. Again, that puts summer as peer reviewing. We are asking everybody who writes a chapter to also peer review, and we'll recruit other scholars to help on that front as well. And then we'll hopefully be putting the full chapters together in the fall to put it in the publishing timeline and have it come out in 2024, which is only like just over a year from now.
And the authors can be from industry, not just academics as well. We are wanting people from industry too, and we'll try to pair them with an academic, depending upon who that is. All right, so now we have Nico again. He's going to talk about the first few chapters under introduction. Each section has an introduction to that section that would be written by the section editors, and the pictures of each of the section editors are listed there. And if you have questions about any of these sections, you can send them to me or the section editors as well.
Yeah, the pictures, it's disturbing. I'm really sorry.
My research assistant, I told him to, hey, find pictures of these editors and put them on these slides. So this is what they came up with, and some people didn't like their photo that was online, apparently.
Okay, so with Tom, actually, we are the editors for this introduction to esports section. So we actually want to address different topics in this specific section regarding, first of all, of course, first introduction to the global phenomenon of esports, but the idea is just to introduce all the project and all the handbook. So first, we think that, of course, defining esports is a major topic. Even right now, I'm quite sure that you are all aware that the fact that the border between gaming and esports is moving, it's really thin, and we know that it's evolving really fast, and new technologies, new games, new genre of games will change this definition, and that it's very polysemic, the term. So yeah, it will be, I think, one of the major contributions. Then we want to address actually the topic of the global history of esports. We had a long discussion regarding should we actually address the history of esports or the histories of esports. So we decided to actually, in this first section, address the global, an introduction to the global history of esports, which will be contextualized, regarding each specific geographical areas in another section, actually, with the section about cultures. Because, of course, the history of esports in the Western world or in Asia is not the same, and it can be also, even in Europe, between, I don't know, UK, Germany, or France, is totally different. And then we will focus on what we have called the 4 pillars of this section. The first one is, of course, the esports ecosystem and stakeholders. We are speaking about ecosystem, but we can speak about the sector, the stakeholders. So we want to present actually who is composing this specific ecosystem. And it means the players, of course, but there is a specific section dedicated to the players just after that. So it will be a global approach. So players, teams, tournament organizers, I don't know, media, broadcasters, and so on and so on.
Yeah, and we asked Nico to be an editor to make sure we can use all the figures that he creates and puts them on social media. That's really your only contribution.
And I will be actually. Thank you. Of course, all updated version of these figures will be really appreciated, of course. Then the second pillar will be about esports genre and games. I think this is something that is really moving. There are new games and new genre of games that are actually released every year, every 2 years. It's really changing everything. And to find, it's been like now I don't know, 5, 6 years that I'm trying to find the good criteria but I'm not really satisfied with myself about that. So I really appreciate if someone want to help me, help others. There is something to do with that, I assume. Then we will focus on the esports developers and publishers, because we actually told it since the beginning of the conference. There is a specific place for the publishers as IP owners and right holders of this ecosystem. And then, of course, we are doing esports, it's human-computer interaction, so there are some equipments, there are some infrastructure, and we really want to focus on this specific aspect just to be able for anybody to actually have a global overview of exactly what we are speaking regarding this human-computer interaction when we are speaking about esports. I hope I didn't forget anything.
Oh, it's good, yeah.
Okay.
All right, so certainly we wouldn't have esports without the players, so we wanted a whole section dedicated to esports players. So the first esports players, the number 2 that's listed up there, in that section we would be talking about the types of players, sort of the typology, moving from amateur to semi-professional to collegiate to professional, talking about typical routines of players, expectations from orgs, motivation from players, social support. Those are some of the major sections that would be within that. The esports performance section and performance psychology would be focusing on training tools, strategy, the motivational techniques, burnout, stress, those types of things. Esports player analytics would be focused on talent identification metrics, various metrics that's used for performance within esports, and it would be very game specific as well. Esports coaching, that's pretty obvious. Esports player health and wellness, so that would be focusing on not ergonomics or injuries, because that's in the next chapter, but more of the fitness, nutrition, lifestyle types of issues that can impact performance. Moving into the player, I was looking at this outline, it's like probably should be family/parental support would be the title of that, because I think that's pretty important. And I think it would be great when family members get people who are very interested and serious about esports, that they could use that as a reference tool. And then going through the entire career process from the grassroots level all the way to the professional level of how that typically transpires for a player would be in chapter 9 of that section.
Yeah, so adding to that, for the player career process, I also mean every career in that. So not only
Yes.
pro player, like we talked about coaches, but everything other else can be part of it. We talked about in HR, so that's important to highlight that we are looking on a broad perspective.
And not only professional players, but
Yeah.
It's not focused on pro players. This is really important for us. Yeah.
Yeah, so the other chapter is like the elephant in the room in esports. I mean, as long we don't have significant governmental support, esports is a business. So it's important to look at that. And that's the part where we are trying to check all the boxes and talk about that. So what are the aspects that are relevant for that? And yeah, beginning with esports business and finance. So we all know that teams are not always profitable. And that's the part where we need to have the discussion about that, how to make money, how to do the business and all of that. And it's business, so that's the part where the next part is about management, so how to deal with people. So esports is a people business, and therefore we have to talk about how to manage those people. And if you look at some organizations, there have hundreds of people working there, and you only know 5 people. That's the League of Legends squad. And that's the part where so much is happening. And yeah, esports event and tournament management, you see it here with DreamHack. Tens of thousands of people invade Jönköping 2 times in the year, and you see that with so many other cities, Katowice and all of that. And some Counter-Strike players are flying like 180 days per year just to the events, and that's like crazy. And yeah, the 5th chapter, esports venue design and venue management, is quite a lot of stuff happening behind the production, and also the idea, okay, we are discussing about should we build esports arenas? If yes, how should they look like? Or if no, we have arenas, which arenas are good? And those are the topics we also like to link with sustainability as well. So where, yeah, I mean, we have some Americans there, and you're always building stadiums, and
yep,
that's true.
Yeah. I mean, I still the picture of Seattle with like 2 arenas that look like the same next to each other. Crazy.
It's a really nice stadium, though.
Stadiums.
Yeah, definitely, but it looks weird on the first picture. And that's the part where we have to discussion. I mean, Philadelphia Fusion are building a big arena. There is something in Las Vegas, which is not used really, and it's like this huge pyramid. And that's the part where we have to look at as well. And yeah, hospitality, tourism. I mean, there was this report in Rotterdam where they did a lot of money, I don't know how much, from people coming to Rotterdam. So that's an interesting topic, and that's something where cities can be involved as well. Yeah, in the panel before, we heard about sponsorship being important, even though we may not like it, and even though teams may not like it as well. If we have a recession, sponsors are gone, and that's the part where we still have to discuss that, and also like the idea of fit between brand and company. And yeah, public relations, also a fascinating topic in esports. Just look at G2 Esports, what recently happened. PR disaster, which probably would be preventable, but it's something where you have to talk with that. And yeah, I mean, I'm an HR guy, so there needs to be an HR topic chapter. But as you saw in the HR panel, just the connection, you have to motivate players. And what I found fascinating in the panel where you're saying, okay, they are passionate, so they will burn out. There's a chance that they are burning out, and that's something where HR needs to step in. And yeah, that's the part for esports business and management.
So then this is the shortest section, esports education. The esports education chapter focuses on the curriculum from preschool, well, not preschool, I should say, primary, secondary school, as well as higher education that is centered around esports degrees and certificates and those types of academic programs. Then the other 2 chapters in this section are focused on competitive teams in those environments, those educational environments. So the collegiate space, as well as the, the United States would be elementary, middle school, high school level, primary, secondary schools would be the last chapter of that section. So, but the competitive side, the team side of that, what would be the appropriate typical games played, considerations for building teams, how does that fit within the educational environment for those specific spaces?
The 5th section will be about esports research. This is something that actually we really wanted to highlight in this handbook, especially because right now we are all researchers and we are trying to actually be very transparent, and it will be echoing what Veli-Matti told us last night during the dinner. The fact that we need some recommendation, we need actually to actually improve and enhance what we are doing as esports researchers. So the first chapter will be actually a global overview of actually what have been done, in the esports research. It's more something like, I don't know, an history of esports research, how it started, where, from which fields, disciplinary fields, what were the main key topics at the beginning, and how it has evolved through the past 2 decades, because we are now, it's been like 20 years that there is esports research. So how it has evolved to actually the Esports Research Network Conference 2022 in Jönköping. The third chapter will be about actually to list in a way the different organizations, labs, centers that are focused especially on esports research, and also all the journals. So specific to esports, there are not that much, but also gaming journals that are involved to actually host papers that are dedicated to esports since many years, and it will continue. So it will help, we think, actually all the community of esports researchers and students to actually, when they want to publish, when they want to get in touch with, the community, to, find out who are the different networks, the different labs, and different journals in which they can publish their actually results. The fourth chapter will be about general recommendation for esports research. So it will totally highlight and echo what actually Veli-Matti told us yesterday night. Then the 5th, 6th, and 7th chapter will be dedicated to specific approaches to esports research. The first, so 5th chapter will be about qualitative esports research methodology, 6th one about survey esports research methodology, and the 7th one regarding experimental and intervention in esports research. Here we really want to highlight some designs. First, what are the analogies with other qualitative research methodology, not specific on esports, and of course the differences, what make esports very specific or not. Same for survey and experimental, of course. So, and we really want to actually put some really practical designs that we can actually implement in the future for esports research.
So while esports exists as an industry in and of itself, a bunch of other related industries have arisen around it. That's kind of what this section focuses on. So what communication organizations, journalism organizations have shown up to support esports, and what are the specific considerations that practitioners in those fields need to take into account. So the chapter on esports journalism, for instance, would sketch out a brief history of what esports journalism has looked like, but would also focus on providing kind of practical recommendations for people trying to get into this field or already in this field about challenges that they'll face specific to esports, access to publishers while writing, potentially critical things about them and their games, those kinds of challenges, to really show what about esports journalism is specific and unique. Esports production encompasses things like shoutcasting, streaming, the technical controls of going into games and being able to manage those observabilities. Streaming esports is going to be more about kind of individual people or teams setting up their online presences. So how you take that production and bring it to places like Twitch, YouTube, etc. Esports spectatorship will then be about kind of how people engage with esports in these different ways. So how people spectate in person, online, how we can improve or support better spectatorship experiences, and then of course, we can't have esports without fans. Well, we could, but it wouldn't be as much fun. So our last chapter is about what is unique or different about esports fandom, what forms does it encompass, everything from showing up to LANs, cosplaying, cheering on different teams, both in person and online. So this whole section is kind of about those side media and communication industries and how they interact with esports. Oh, it's me again.
Yes. Keep going.
All right. So in addition to this, as Nico said, we had an extensive debate about is there an esports history? And we decided, in fact, no, there's not. So we will try and have a global esports history sketch at the beginning of the book. But it was also really important to us that the book trace out how different areas of the world have experienced very different histories of esports. So this is in particular an area where we're definitely looking for global authorship for people who have direct experience with these different regions of the world to sketch out the history of those areas to us. So esports culture in Africa and the Middle East, Asia, Europe, Oceania, which I always feel like I'm saying wrong, North America and South America, covering briefly what esports history has looked like in that area, what its unique features are, and a little bit about kind of its current state and where it's going for each region-specific area.
Teams, games played in those regions, that type of thing.
And finally, no, not finally, 2 more sections to go. What is power? And you know, what does it what does it look like in esports? This section, as the title suggests, concerns what are the critical concerns in esports, past, present, future, and the purpose of the section really is to engage and invite critical and engaging accounts about what esports looks like and what the challenges facing esports looks like. The section will open up with kind of a general overview about critical concerns in esports, but is interested in these subsequent sections on issues around esports governance and law, such as what issues and challenges surround esports governing bodies and associations, what challenges concern player contracts, the development of player unions, the protection of player data, media rights, key concerns around this kind of issue. The chapter will also invite contributions that contend with current debates around the relationship between esports and the Olympics. What's its status? What are the challenges and barriers to making esports an Olympic event? Is this something that we want? What does making an esport an Olympic event mean, in terms of the regulation of games, for example, or even possibly could it open up new possibilities for cross-cultural solidarities and new forms of equality? So, these are the kinds of possible interventions that we'd be looking for here. A favorite topic of mine, esports gambling, so issues surrounding gambling in esports, paying particular attention in this case to issues such as gambling platforms and the platformization of digital game production and distribution, the role of microtransactions in the development of games and its relationship to esports, fantasy esports platforms, and how these are used for gambling purposes, for example, and ongoing concerns about ethics and cheating in esports is another section. This is particularly interested in inviting contributions around the use of software, so for the purposes of cheating, things like aimbots, macros, what's the status of these kinds of conversations, to the use of performance-enhancing drugs, PEDs, doping, what's the thing that people do today that's not, I'll have to come back to it. Match fixing.
Brian probably does, I don't know.
Yeah.
Boosting?
No, it's kind of like performance drinks that you have, things like that, but they're not technically like, nootropics, would be an example, thank you very much. Nootropics, match fixing, boosting, account smurfing, kind of what are the issues around cheating and ethics in and around esports. Moreover, also focusing on what are the major challenges of toxicity. I know that there's a gender panel tomorrow that you're track chairing. What are the major challenges of toxicity in creating more diverse and inclusive competitive gaming environments? Chapters that we're looking for here, potential topics might include, or examples of toxicity might include issues around discrimination and bullying. What potential recommendations might be made that might support inclusion for diverse players, both at an individual level, but also at an event level, at a team level. Platform-specific perspectives could be one direction to go in. What kind of community management strategies might be in place? How might we modify games? Was a point that I was talking about earlier. How might we modify games and gaming equipment in order to address issues around toxicity and diversity within esports? How might equipment and accommodations also move on to the next chapter? How might recommendations around equipment and design help promote gaming for those with disabilities? How might those be overcome as well? And then finally, some critical considerations around the long-term sustainability of esports. Obviously, sustainability is a theme of the conference and it's a theme of the handbook, but within the critical concern section, we're specifically focusing on environmental sustainability because economic and social sustainability is covered in the other chapters. So here we're talking about kind of, what strategies might be in place to try to offset some of the negative harms to the environment that esports contributes to. So that's critical concerns, plenty going on there. And then probably the most difficult chapter of them all, in a way, is the final chapter, which is the future of esports. Now, we're in the situation where we're actually not inviting anybody to contribute to this chapter, as of yet at least, because we're planning on writing this chapter ourselves. But we can't write this chapter yet because we can't really talk about what the potential future of esports will look like without knowing what contributions we're going to receive and what people are going to be talking to and talking about, because that's going to shape, certainly we don't want this chapter to be reproducing discussions that have already occurred across the handbook. So this is kind of very much, watch this space, but, our vision at the moment is something around, trying to pick on potentially, brand new and emerging esports communities and cultures that haven't been talked about before. For example, projected challenges in the future direction of media consumption and production in and around esports. So what new platforms are emerging, for example, that could be the potential game changers in the future. Platform trends would be an example of that. Ecosystem sustainability as well, as we were talking about before, and any other kind of potential emergent esports trends. So this one is still the most undefined, but for good reason.
So here's that link again. Can we move on?
Yeah. That's it.
We'll keep this up. So yeah, at this point, we'd love for you to take the survey, fill out what you might be interested in. We also, at the end of the survey, ask for if you can see recommendations as well. If we probably have time, about 6 minutes here to do a little bit of a Q&A with Brian's rolling his eyes. He looked like my wife, Brian. I get that a lot.
To be gorgeous.
She must be gorgeous.
Oh, yeah. She's got a beard. She looks great.
Thank you very much. Very, very, very cool. I'm Marcin Lipski from FitGamer. This might be pragmatic, but do you think there's the space somewhere in there for something like the daily well-being of a person in esports? Like, how do we structure a day of anyone, not just the players, but the staff? I don't see anything about staff in there, like support staff, coaches, managers. I mean, we're already working odd hours in normal work, but in esports, you're guaranteed to work more odd hours. And how do I effectively use knowledge that exists from other areas? Unfortunately, because there isn't much in esports, admittedly, I couldn't point you to it. But we know from other mental performance, if you like, so like the workplace, there's a lot of around, scheduling individual work hours around chronotyping, utilizing of various types of breaks, green breaks, not doing anything breaks, proper lunch breaks, as well as the art of doing meetings appropriately when they're necessary. Do you think there's somewhere something like that to give point to, because we have this cultural aspects of esports driven from the history of it. Everyone is trying what the South Koreans are trying, or someone in the East, to work 10 to 14 hours a day to become the best player. Or also, currently, it's the same for staff, really, to be honest. So.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on, as far as the staffing goes, a lot of that I would think would be covered in the type of position they would hold in that industry. That, some of that might be covered in the business and management. You mentioned about some of the health breaks and whatnot. I think that would be covered in the player health and wellness for that. So it would depend on what position that person holds within the industry, and then those typical duties of that role within the industry would be covered in that appropriate section, was our idea.
Just on that point, Seth, I also think that, depending on how you frame the argument, you could frame the argument. If you're talking about a particular culture, for example, it could go in the esports culture section, but you've got to be very careful with that, because you've got to present a balanced argument. You don't want to obviously just whitewash, the history of. Yeah, but yeah, I think that, for example, depending on some of those framings, that it could easily go in global esports cultures as well. If you're talking about workplace cultures, workplace ethic, for example.
And so obviously, we sketched out very quickly like our broad overview of what the chapters will hold. And when we first contact authors saying, hey, you said you'd write this chapter, we'll send our notes on that. We're not just going to be like, okay, go.
Yeah.
Like, make it all up from scratch. But that's also a chance to say, hey, you're missing this. It's going to be a key part of the chapter. We're asking for people for all of our various expertise. And so we do expect that when someone gets a chapter, we'll send our initial thoughts and you'll say, this is cool, but it also needs this, or this isn't really important in the area anymore. Can I talk about this instead? And so that'll be a dialogue between section editors and chapter authors.
And that's why we want a bulleted outline of what the plans are, because part of our jobs as editors to make sure that there's not extremely overlapping content from chapter to chapter, for sure. Grant, you got the mic, so I guess you got the power there.
First to say, I really like the project. I think this would be really valuable to the industry, from the industry side. I could definitely see it get a lot of use, even in my line of work. I guess the question I have is, you pointed to the fact that games especially change so frequently, and the way the industry structured changes very frequently. It's a very fast-moving industry, and I wonder that in the same way that a law textbook needs to be replaced every year, otherwise it's badly out of date, have you thought much about how you're going to continuously update the handbook year on year? I know it's hard because you're already thinking of like 2024 is when the first version comes out, but a lot of things around the industry are going to change dramatically, even in the time leading up to its publication. What's your kind of strategy for updating the handbook year after year, doing revisions?
I've got a good one. I just think, if everyone buys it, then Routledge will allow us to have a second edition, a third edition, a fourth edition.
Yeah, I mean, that would be up to the publisher, you know. Some publishers will take the approach, well, let's do like a digital version because we can get it out quicker and do digital updates like that. I think that would be up to the publisher. And yeah, I think the amount of sales, if it sells well, then they'd probably be more likely to do more frequent updates for it.
This is also why there's a esports genres chapter and not like a League of Legends chapter, is we tried to kind of pull back and think about like, not that I'm saying League of Legends is dying. Sorry, Graham. No, but not a League of Legends chapter or
after this
Overwatch
conference it
chapter,
might, but we'll see.
Because we wanted to future-proof against games or even individual teams or industries changing over. So while we're asking people to use industry examples throughout, none of the chapters are going to be like, tell me all about the rise of TESPA, which I'm using an example of something that's already dead so that I don't accidentally insult anybody today.
He's got the microphone there.
Yeah, hello.
Hi.
My question is actually, I'm really interested about the esports culture thing in Africa and in Oceania. I know people that I can recommend, but I just don't imagine them sitting down and writing like chapters. So how would you guys facilitate that if, let's say, these people are really like the pioneers for esports in those markets? How can I get them in touch with you guys so that someone can write it?
If somebody doesn't want to commit to writing it, then they might be a great peer reviewer for it. So. But I would, hopefully there's enough people in Africa and the Middle East that we can find one that will write it.
Like, is there a way you can interview them and then write it for them, capture it in like an interview style, and then kind of like write the chapters? I honestly don't imagine them writing it, but their opinions can be very valuable because they've been there since like day one, sort of.
I think that depending on the author of this chapter, there can be actually we can put in contact the author with your relations, your own contact, and maybe, as we say, there will be some research bites, as they say, and it can be some interviews actually that will be highlighted, and we can imagine that a co-authorship. So it means that there is one main author, and it will actually be driven by all the contacts that will actually be. All the person that he will be in contact with regarding this specific region.
Yeah, we want native people from those regions to be writing that for sure. There's no doubt about that.
Or at least, heavily in conversation. So you know, it's a version of co-production effectively whereby, you know, if you were going to do some kind of interview-based kind of contribution, it would have to be kind of very detailed, but equally kind of balanced. You just don't want one person's interview to kind of represent a region, because the chapter's supposed to be a summary. It's supposed to give a fairly objective account of what's taking place in that context. So, you know, it has to be, like I say, balanced. So whoever would be being interviewed, they'd have to be interviewed alongside a number of other people, and then that would have to be contextualized, you know, in the context of whatever existing literature is out there.
Right. And obviously this book is in English, so that's certainly a consideration that, you know, the lead author on the chapters should have a good handle of English.
And equally will be supported by the editors.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's why each chapter, each section has, you know, 2 editors, because the editing job is quite substantial, and it's important that, you know, across the chapters there's consistency as well, in both in peer review, but also in terms of accessibility. One of the main things about this project is that these chapters offer accessible, descriptive, but also interesting accounts of what's taking place. So, you know, there's a lot of work that has to go in there, and we're in the position whereby, fortunately, we can support people as editors in achieving that.
I think I'm the last question over here. So if we saw the post already in the excellent Esports Research Network Discord that everybody should totally join, and very excitedly filled it out, and then promptly realized there's about 20 other people we should recommend as authors for other chapters, do you want us to fill it out again or to send it to them directly?
I believe it's set up so that you can complete the survey more than once, so yeah, I would do it again. Thank you. We
Or you
appreciate
could do
your
both.
help. Yeah.
Fill it out for
Both is
them
an option.
and send it to
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm the last question. Yeah. I haven't seen topics about like grassroots associations, communities, local communities, or have I missed it?
That was a reviewer comment. So you guys.
It depends what you mean. What do you mean by grassroots? Like,
Well,
what's the angle?
I'm a representative of local federation in Germany, and we are always talking to parents, to teachers, to politicians about the potentials of esports, and we are also cooperating with local associations and sports clubs and kind of these institutions that are so important for our society. And I had the idea, maybe because I couldn't find it there, and the education chapter is pretty short, maybe widen it to esports in society and put education as one part of it, and another part, for example, also governmental support you mentioned, because that's also a thing could maybe be also in the future of esports,
Yeah.
but because it's only evolving at the moment. But these are aspects I could, do an input to, but they are not represented.
Just I jump in, but what we have in mind is the fact that this specific topic is really disseminated along all the handbook, because when we are speaking about grassroots, amateur, and national association / federation, stuff like this, I could see it regarding the topic of governance, but also about education, but also in the player. This is why I mentioned that we are not focused on pro player, we are focused on players, actually. So the ecosystem also, we can speak about all this, you know, grassroots, non-profit clubs and association in the sports ecosystem chapter, for example, regarding esports culture, because in each different geographical zone, esports has maybe actually emerged from, you know, grassroots and some non-profit actually initiatives, and then it's changed. So in all these histories of esports, we can actually mention all these grassroots aspects. But as Seth mentioned, it has been also actually a remark from one of the reviewers, so maybe we have to think
Yeah, I
about...
encourage you to take the survey and put that feedback for us, that we'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Brian's getting real angry here.
Please annoy them all night. Right? Absolutely. I'll find it. So thank you very much, guys. Give them a good round of applause.
Thank you.
Ashley, do you want a microphone or do you want a headset? Of Riot Games, who is the product manager for Game Changers and is going to give her talk on representation. Everyone give her a round of applause.
Hello. Hi, I'm Ashley, and I am the product lead for Valorant Game Changers at Riot Games. Really quickly, can you just raise your hand if you're aware of Game Changers? Oh, I love that. I love it. If you're not, Game Changers is a program meant to elevate and provide exposure to women who are looking for competitive opportunities. Currently, just for Valorant, and I do this for the EMEA region. So this includes Europe, the Middle East, Africa. This is over 70 countries. It's a massive region for the product, and it has gone really, really well so far. Game Changers itself is about as old as Valorant. So I think they're 3 months apart, and Valorant has been around only for 2 years, if you can believe it, given the amount of progress we've seen in the Valorant ecosystem itself. I think it's actually quite extraordinary. And it's honestly been an honor to be able to launch a program like Game Changers alongside the title at its core. I think they've gone really well together over time. We've actually just had our first global championship. It was held as an offline tournament at the LEC studio in Berlin. It was a super lovely experience and just in general a celebration of the strongest women's teams across the world coming together to play and celebrate how far they've come in the scene. I'm also really proud to share that the team that won that tournament actually came from my region, and that was G2 Gozen, which is a really, really special team composed of women who are also former CSGO pros. Their win was monumental in many ways, some of which I will talk about a little bit later. But we're very proud of them, not only looking at how much they've grown, but how many other individuals and teams that they have inspired in the process. G2 Gozen winning represents something that many other women in the space never really thought possible, which is a chance to be acknowledged as the champions that they've worked so hard to become over time. And that's a small piece of what I've come here to talk about today, which is really personal to me as well, and it forms the core of my work with Game Changers, and that is representation and its impact and the implications in esports and gaming. I just recovered from the flu, so I ran out of breath really quickly. I'm very sorry. So I'm first going to start by providing a little bit of context for my experience. I never really had a hobby that stuck as hard as gaming has. My mom tried to get me out of it. Gymnastics, dance, swimming, karate for 11 years, actually. But I always came back to gaming one way or the other. I was actually really lucky because my parents both played games since before I was born. So I really grew up in a family of gamers, and I had 5 younger siblings, so I never had a need for playmates. I always had like somebody to play with, even though they were a little bit of a captive audience. I always had someone to play with when I needed, and in that way my hobby was very much supported, and it really thrived for me. If it wasn't for the way that I perceived the world at the time, I think I probably maybe would have ended up playing myself, but ultimately it didn't really happen. When I was a kid, my mom kind of made it her whole thing to surround me with things that she believed reflected my identity, because she wanted me to feel like I could see myself in the world. So if there was a single black Barbie doll in a toy shelf, like in a 15-mile radius, I had it. I had all of them. And if there was a Disney princess that was even a little bit brown, I had all the merch. I had an awesome like Pocahontas dress that would like be white normally, but then if I got warm, it would have her face on it, and it was everything to me. My school didn't have a program for Black History Month, for example. That's February in the US, so my mom funded one herself. This went on for years and years and years, and this was a really incredible thing because I lived in the south of the US, in North Carolina, which while is a very beautiful place, it also has a really turbulent history, and that made what my mom was doing very difficult. And honestly, it left a really strong impression on me and really led me to where I am now. But at that time, all I wanted to do was make her stop, because I fought against it with every fiber of my body. I didn't want to stick out any more than I already did. And I felt like that's what ended up happening. You know, when your mom's setting up the programs for the whole school, it doesn't necessarily help you blend in. And I really just wanted to be like my friends. I wanted to be like the girls that got boyfriends. I just wanted to be like everybody else. Sorry. But as I got older, I understood my mom a little bit better, obviously. At the time, I had played a lot of games, and one of my favorite things to do was really to play all of the games that people told me were the best games with the best stories. So this is like, at the time I was playing like Half-Life, BioShock, that kind of thing, you know? And I would binge them, and then I would ultimately, and don't hate me for this because I actually do like those games, but I would ultimately come to the conclusion that they were just okay. And I know. I didn't expect that to be the first thing in this speech that got a reaction, but my first instinct, though, was that maybe I'm just dumb. Maybe I don't get it. And it's a feeling that would kind of follow me into adulthood, which honestly, somebody in here has to understand being made to feel like you still don't understand something after studying it, because I did inevitably get a degree in game design. So to then still feel like I just don't get it when I don't love the things that everybody's telling me to love, it felt kind of shit. But after a while, I kind of realized that obviously that wasn't the case. It was really just this feeling that the stories themselves were maybe distant from me, or maybe too similar. You know, the same brooding, dark-haired protagonist with a dead wife or a missing daughter and a bone to pick with the rest of the world. Personality left on the drying rack because it bloated the download file. Gun in hand, a hero in the making. It wasn't that I wasn't getting it. It's that I wasn't feeling it. And I can tell you why people love those games, because I do understand what made them successful. But I also understand why the characters in them ultimately fall victim to the passing of time for me. And you have to kind of, maybe to help you understand better where I'm coming from, I put hundreds of hours into Fallout 4, okay? I'm a really big Fallout fan. I made a really awesome character named Celine with a purple glittery dress, low armor, high fashion. With a clear dedication to a particular faction. I don't know anybody who didn't go with Railroad in that game. But her whole story, hundreds of hours of gameplay, bookended by cutscenes starring a random dude talking about his wife and his lost kid. And this was supposed to represent my character, something that it actually will do so successfully if you play as a man, but not if you play as literally anything else. And a reaction I get really often when I talk about this is some degree of incredulity, like, well, I don't need to be able to relate to a character to enjoy the game or want to play it, and clearly I didn't either, or I didn't think I did. I found my way anyway. I made the space work for me. I carved an Ashley-shaped hole into the wall and went right through it because I couldn't be asked to wait for the door to open. And things have certainly changed since I came to terms with that. Even in the last 10 years, it's become far more common for there to be characters who are women in games and for the game to also acknowledge that. Though I can still count on only one hand how many Black women I've played in the games who weren't all actually created by me and like create a character or something. It's certainly something to behold, and it's already made the difference, but that all came after the painful process of me making my way as the only one in the room ever since that journey started. And it wasn't just the game that seemed to lack the presence of women, but really everywhere outside of it, where the game is made, where the products are built around the games themselves, out in the industry. And part of me still dreams of what life would have been like for me if, you know, that was different. Because there are different areas of gaming that I maybe would have tried had it been. I didn't want to be the only one in the room in those areas too, you know. There's only so much that you can do before you feel broken down. But I know that that's niche. So let's say you remove the sentimentality from the argument and the personal fulfillment element, because this is fine. Essentially, the function of representation, especially in the context of gaming and esports, is really normalization. And normalization isn't something that waits for the world to buy into it. It's a force and not a suggestion. And we ultimately need it in order to improve not only the player experience in the ways that I mentioned before, sorry Celine, love you, but the dynamics of the industry itself. And it's really straightforward. The more you see it, the more likely you'll be to expect it. In fairness, obviously I can't say that nothing has happened in the last decade. Game Changers isn't the only women's esports initiative. You might be familiar with ESL Impact as well. That's another really big one. And obviously there are lots of like third-party events that do something similar. Multiple Sony exclusives have a female lead, and there are many women like Valorant's own Anna Donlan, who leads development, who, you know, run really loved and really valued projects in esports. So progress has been happening despite the fact that the presence of women isn't, you know, incredibly overwhelming. So it's also reasonable to ask what's really at stake without like an active push. We already know that gaming has been sitting at something like 50-50 when it comes to men and women for a while. And I would say that the obvious cost of not pushing is really the lack of a validating experience for then half of its represented group. But I've been in rooms where I've been told that even this would indicate that the stakes aren't high enough. Like validating women is, you know, not like immediately profitable or interesting for a lot of people. And that's still the case. This is something I deal with all the time in conversations, not only about Game Changers, but Game Changers adjacent things. I think in esports, though, this gets a little laughable because imagine going to like a really big tournament, you know, as a man, and doing really, really well, you know, a world tournament, and you get your trophy, and you're the best in the world. But how can you really know if you're the best in the world if you haven't even tested your mettle against such a large portion of your competition? Imagine ignoring that entire population in such a huge way all the time. And that's exactly what happens in esports all the time. I know I'm being cheeky there with that, but let's be serious. Unlike physical sports, there's no biological difference between men and women that says that they can't play esports titles on the same footing. So why then does the industry operate as though they don't exist and aren't playing? There's no rule that says that women can't be on a Valorant team, yet we aren't seeing any women on Valorant teams in the larger ecosystem. And there are some valid reasons for that, though maybe not the ones you would expect. First of all, women aren't inherently worse than men in these games despite the fact that we see sort of a skill gap. I like to refer to this as more of a social gap because there are a lot of reasons why women entering esports may not have spent as much time playing or have had as much esports career training as the average man signed to a team, and many of these reasons exceed the scope of solutions that a tournament can provide, but nevertheless, it has to be kept in mind when you pursue solutions. And on top of the social gap, you also have the environment itself. Even when the skill and experience are there, women at the professional level in esports still struggle to find sufficient opportunities to showcase their skills. Tournaments are sparse, and this makes their careers difficult to sustain from the organizational perspective, because I do spend a lot of time talking as well to orgs. With that being said, though, I would argue that none of these reasons merit the lag in movement toward resolving the gaps, given the amount of opportunity there is in the space. A fully diversified ecosystem for a game like Valorant is both within arm's reach and seemingly eternities away. And these roadblocks are fixable through education and a continued dedication to making space, whether that's through a boot camp or an incubator or a tournament. The speed of change, we're very lucky, honestly, the speed of change in this space depends on the work being done and not monolithic sexist ideology evaporating from the universe. You're not gonna solve sexism with a tournament. But when you have an ecosystem you can control, you can do a lot of work in that space. So let's say we fix it, and there are women everywhere. Then what? Even when presence is normal, sexism will exist, people might still be racist. But in the communities where consistent and diverse representation is the standard, more important conversations will develop. We'll move beyond questions like, what does it feel like to be a woman here? And more towards, what can we be doing to make space for Black women in this ecosystem? Or how can we platform more of the Southeast Asian community in this area? And I mentioned before that G2 goes and won the Game Changers Championship. After they won and everybody stopped cheering, one of the players actually gave a speech. This player's name is Mary, and she's from Bahrain, I think. And in her speech, she called on other women from Middle East who are dreaming of esports success to believe in themselves and go for it, knowing that anything is possible because she won today. And it's victories like hers that kind of start that tough conversation. The space has been made for women to join, and now more space is being made for all of them by opening up these conversations about these specific groups. And when we look at our ecosystem and identify gaps like low participation for women in MENA, we can start to learn more about the things that function as obstacles for the identity group itself, which can kind of facilitate maybe more efficiency. And these things are not unique to Valorant or Game Changers. This process of identifying those problems and finding solutions is one that can be replicated in other parts of the industry. And it's honestly a process that should happen, because the longer we go on treating women as one group with the same problem, the longer we're gonna struggle with this, the longer it'll take. So until now, I've spoken a lot about what can be done from our side as organizers and publishers and sort of the macro impact of that. But there's a deceptively straightforward element to this, and I think that is kind of missed in all of the noise. And if you look at Mary's story and also what I told you about my experience growing up, the thing that's kind of missing for a lot of people is a visible precedent, like a role model, which I know sounds super counterintuitive. You would think that by now there might be more of those. But there really aren't. I mean, I'm sure there are a couple of you in here who follow esports. How many of you can also name a really prominent women's esports role model? I mean, I can, but that's also my day job. But I'd imagine that most people can't. And though I played games for most of my life, I didn't explore a career in gaming until I was 23. I even studied gaming at New York University. So this is me playing games my entire life, studying gaming at New York University. There was really nothing in my life that made me believe that it was a realistic possibility. I didn't even spend much time consciously thinking about how rare a tech career was for a woman, because it didn't even cross my mind. It was so much of a non-thing. It wasn't there. And when I finally decided to take that leap, it was because I had gone to university with women who ended up getting jobs in Telltale and Ubisoft, and seeing that they had done it made me feel that I could at least try. I would later find out that my presence in gaming was something that had encouraged others. including my own sister, to make that switch themselves. And after gaining seniority at my company, I went on to actively hire more women into the company I was working at. I became the person that I didn't have when I was growing up, and the person that I essentially felt like I needed. So imagine the impact of a cycle like that happening 1,000 times over by platforming the right women and opening the right doors. We wouldn't even be having this conversation if that was the case by now. Game Changers itself and the spaces created, other spaces, so not just Game Changers, specifically focused on making space for those who are underrepresented, are the catalysts that we need for large-scale change to kind of improve representation in the industry as a whole. So with so many women in both the game and outside of it being made visible to the world, their work and impact being highlighted and acknowledged, it becomes inevitably impossible to deny their presence. And it becomes this never-ending source of fresh perspectives and role models that has already proven to be so invaluable to the community so far. And I really can't put into words how obvious this was when we were able to have that LAN, because everyone from press to attendees were coming up to me and telling me they waited so long to see something like that, to connect with other women who were kind of like doing the same thing. And some of them even came as just, regular spectators, so not even esports fans, and decided they themselves right there and then wanted to get into Valorant. And there were teams looking at this and being like, we want to be the next team. I want to be a player in a team that's going to be on that stage next year. So this is all to say, quite often I get asked what I believe Game Changers has accomplished, or more specifically, what has changed since Game Changers came to be. In the beginning, I spoke a lot about our participation numbers because they are going up, and how this has just continued to increase over time. But I've come to realize that there's one really big thing that has not changed, and that is the women themselves, because they were always there. They were always playing, and the change is simply the awareness of their existence and their effort, honoring that and giving them the space to show that off and to grow. The work is getting them in the door, and this is what we are doing. So what's to be said of the experience once everyone's actually there? I mean, even in spaces where people of various genders and backgrounds are equally represented, there will be problems as the space adjusts to their presence. We already see this if you go into the Twitch chat during a women's tournament. However, even the frequency of that will lend itself to the process of reducing the amount of damage that can be done with issues like these. Fans of all genders will speak up against Twitch naysayers. Team admins can advocate for their players and make sure that the player experience for these newly represented teammates is one that is healthy and rewarding, and the problems will be known, so the fixes will be standardized. And that's the tricky thing about unprecedented progress. There's a lot of learning to be done, and it's slow, but it's gonna happen. So I have good news and bad news. Actually, just good news and better news. The good news is that, as I said before, normalization is not going to wait. The better news is that if we are all on board, uplifting and supporting women who are ready to take things to the next level, this process will go faster and will be a lot closer to an esports industry that reflects the diversity of the world that exists around it. And then, and only then, will it really begin to thrive. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions about that?
So, yeah, thank you so much for the inspiring and excellent talk. I have a question for you that I think it's something that everyone who works in this area and is following this topic is wondering all the time, and that is, how long do you think we still need special leagues and tournaments for women and minority genders?
That's a really good question, and it's one that I asked myself when I got this job in June. There's a lot of pressure, actually, that I get to create a women's league sort of setup where we really focus on honing high-skill women's play and just like make that our thing, you know? But what's really important to me is to make sure that we're actually seeing the representation that we set out to get to begin with. So I've been working to turn Game Changers into more of a pipeline to produce that kind of result. And honestly, I have to say, you know, I've gone back and forth. Some people have been overly optimistic, like, hey, we'll have, you know, mixed teams in 2023. I'm not there. I have to say, I also don't think it's gonna be even 5 years. Because I think that with tournaments like, especially the LAN that we just had, there are a lot of orgs right now that are getting really serious about not only creating more Game Changers rosters, but also trying to figure out which of their players could be, you know, the first one. It's like sort of like a regional race even, like which Val team is gonna have the first women on their team. And I do feel like, and this is obviously a personal estimate, as a product person, you always gotta try to put numbers, right, on these things. I have to say, I'm thinking 2024. You heard it here, folks. I'm thinking 2024. I don't think it'll take forever, but I think it's not going to be next year. I think we're close. I really do. I really, really do.
I hope so. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for actually doing this from the start of Valorant. So like you have a game, we're doing something for women, full stop. I come from traditional sports, and the amount of conversations, I was so tired to explain to people, we can fill Wembley, we finally did it, but way too late. We can fill the Camp Nou, we finally did it, way too late. We can have a Tour de France for women, people will watch it, just do it. So awesome work. So the question I have is not a criticism, just an observation. Awesome work, but what can we, in terms of representation, because there was it, the event was awesome, but the crowd was a bit small. Like, what's the plans there? I'm just interested, you know, I want to see. And I see this in similar other female events. I see similar, yeah, I want bigger crowds.
Yeah, thank you for the observation. I can objectively agree that the crowd was small. I think that as the first time we do Game Changers, it's one of those things where we're kind of testing the waters as well. You know, Riot likes to do it big. So it's also like, of course, when you have Game Changers come out and it's that crowd, then obviously people are a little bit like, All I can really say is that it's been heard, and it's the job of people like me internally and all of the feedback we've received externally to really get us to a place where we're honoring Game Changers in a way that's, you know, fitting for the momentum that we've seen with the scene. So, acknowledged.
Yeah, thanks for your talk. It was great. And I have a question. Maybe you have an idea to it, because it's not really about the player base, but I think we have already talked about it today. We need to bring women into all other job positions in esports. And I've recently talked to a CEO of an esports organization who was really motivated to get more women into his staff and also in leading positions. And he said that, like, he would love to do it, but he doesn't have any women that have the experience yet, of course, because they haven't been in such positions that are needed before getting in really high leading positions, you know. Do you have any ideas how we can change it? Because I think that is an issue we should meet with measures and not say, well, it will change in like 5 to 10 years automatically or something. We need a quicker change, you know?
Yeah.
Do you have ideas?
Yeah, so as with the estimate I gave earlier, that's something I can actually control to a certain extent, which is why I am always putting numbers on the things that I feel like I could influence. This is a really good question. There are actually like many paragraphs that I eliminated from this speech that actually talk about this kind of thing because it's the kind of solution work that I'm very much interested in. I didn't know a job like mine existed 5 years ago, so I wasn't even thinking about getting anywhere near the industry as a result. I personally believe that it's an education issue and a visibility issue. I talk to a lot of women all the time. There are over 600 players in my tournament in the last series. And when you talk to them, even they're not actually totally aware. So many people ask me when I'm doing my job, like, hey, what do you do? And I'm like, I do a little bit of everything, and it's actually pretty damn cool. But they had no idea it was a thing. And so one of the things I'm actually hoping to do with Game Changers, since it was not a product conversation, I did not tell you guys my entire plan for 2023, but one of the things that I'm actually looking to do is not view this as a problem in a vacuum, because it's not. This is an industry problem. And find ways that we can use the Riot platform to share that knowledge and also make more obvious, not only to the organizations that might be looking for people, but the people who have no idea that those jobs exist. So they're actually looking for those things and seeking them out, because I think that's also part of the issue. And there's obviously a whole conversation to be had about like the nature of those job listings and the way the companies are presented and how inviting they are and stuff like that. But to start, I think that just knowing would help so much for esports specifically, in gaming as well.
Yeah, so for example, share these job listings with female communities, and they are evolving and coming up more and more female communities. That could be a way, maybe.
Exactly. That's actually what I've done when I'm trying to attract more women to listings at the companies I've worked at. I felt very lucky to become a hiring manager because I could just actively like be like, hey guys, in all my groups, this is a thing, please apply. But obviously that's not scalable. So yeah, I think education from a lot of sides would go a long way there. Thanks for that question.
Yeah, thanks.
We need a drone.
Hello.
Hi.
So just to give you a highlight, I'm in the League of Legends coaching space, and I coach so far only male teams, or at least not out of choice necessarily, but that's obviously the level that I've been working in. One thing that I have been really excited by, though, is the prospect of mixed teams in the future and sort of the promise for esports that there is a very real world where this is the first space that, you know, there isn't that physical element necessarily, when there should be the ability for women to compete, you know, at the very top end or even be the best sort of in the field, right? I guess I come from the League background, and you're all in Valorant, so I'm going to refer
League
this to...
is my game.
Oh, perfect. We can go on both then.
Yeah, my condolences, by the way.
I'm sorry, it's how it goes. But there has been a very notable difficulty in getting female pros to transfer from the League female ecosystem, let's say, into ideally what would be seen as working towards this ideal of a mixed space, right? And I know Game Changers is doing a wonderful job of trying to get in there early in Valorant, but is there a vision, not necessarily, I'm not just asking for League, but in Valorant as well for, you know, as the end goal, is it that these female leagues are going to lead to the, I guess, how can I say it, eventually that it will be mixed teams across the board, right? Is that, yeah, exactly, that's what I'd like to ask about.
This is the goal, and this has to be it, or I think that we're not doing our job, because you know, Game Changers isn't the end, it's just a means to get there. And ultimately this conversation will happen on many levels, I would say. At least that's where I'm interested in taking it, finding out more about why the orgs haven't done it already, finding out what we can do as Riot to make it an easier thing to do if there are some difficulties that aren't just, we don't think the women can be on the team. I can tell you that some of the best teams in Game Changers already have told me that they're actually training specific players to be on their VCT roster or their challengers roster. So this is a conversation that's already happening, and that's why I said I think it's really close, because the orgs have their heads in the right place about this for the most part. But definitely figuring out how we can expedite that, I think, is what's really interesting for me, because I'm just very impatient in some ways, but I think that we also need to make sure that the ecosystem is ready to accept them. And I have to say, given the way that the community receives Game Changers while it's broadcasting, we have a lot of positivity, but there's still some things that I would like to say I would not like to see in a space at all, let alone game changers. So like bringing the women into the wider ecosystem would also require that the orgs are prepared to make sure that a woman's experience in the wider ecosystem makes sense. And I think this goes for cross-title as well. Especially League. League's been there for a while. So you kind of got to resell them on coming back too. So it better be good,
Very cool. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks for the talk. It was really great to hear your career journey as well as the work you're doing. It just struck me that we're talking a lot about the wider ecosystem, but actually, just out of interest, have you considered I'm very biased here, I'm invested in coaching and everything about that. Have you thought about the impact coaches can have in making spaces, teams that are designed to be to have mixed teams not be a thing?
Like in what way? Mixed teams not a thing.
So, education for coaches. Like, how can they have inclusive teams that function just as normal as positive, inclusive spaces?
So you mean like, I'm just asking like, sorry, no, I think I just don't understand the question quite.
So I'm pushing this thing about coaching, but in my experience, teams, especially in League of Legends, are often assembled by a team manager or a coach.
Yes.
And if we're trying to transition from all female leagues to mixed, which is, I think that's definitely the goal, the people that make those decisions about assembling the rosters might need some support.
Definitely. No, of course. This is what I mean when I say conversations with orgs, for sure. Like, this usually happens with the coach and the manager together about like how that looks, and a lot of the times the coaches are the one pushing these like specific training programs that are meant to get their players ready. And I also should be really specific that I don't see Game Changers itself disappearing even when there are mixed teams, because that's not really an experience that's like rooted in that of the players. Like, I have a lot of like 15-year-olds, 14-year-olds messaging me all the time being like, I'm counting down until my 16th birthday when I can play in Game Changers. Imagine like us as Riot being like, sexism is over, and then getting rid of Game Changers. Like, what the hell? We wouldn't do this. So absolutely, it's going to be like this combination of trying to get that pipeline to a diversified ecosystem, however that looks, with Game Changers kind of being there to continue to function as that entry point for women, because we can't solve that sexism that kept them from being there earlier, right? So we kind of have to make sure we're attacking the solution from both sides. But making sure the coaches are ready is absolutely part of that. I honestly think that the coaches are maybe the most aware, though, of like the ways to get them there. And it's really just going to be about like leveraging that knowledge.
Great, thanks.
I've noticed you've had your hand up for so long.
Hi, Ashley.
Hello.
Thank you again for your presentation. It was really interesting for us. And my question is actually very easy. And according to your experience, could you notice any differences among countries, among continents and countries?
Yes. I'm always bragging about Brazil, for example, because I feel like Brazil's movements with the women's scene have been incredibly innovative compared to a lot of other spaces. I'm not sure if like the fact that everybody in Brazil is like it's easier to target Brazil because it's more of like a homogenous space than EMEA, for example, but they've seen a lot of success there. You see a lot more of like a cross-title spread for women's programs, for example. I can tell you in EMEA, this is a conversation that's very close to home because we have so many different countries and so many different cultures. Making Game Changers work in MENA is not the same as making Game Changers work in Western Europe, because the Middle East has a lot of different barriers in place that make women's esports very difficult, and not just for women, but also other underrepresented groups. This is one of the reasons that we shape EMEA the way we do currently with Game Changers. In A, you see a lot more of this like typical like American sports spirit with it. It's a lot more focused on this elite gameplay and like really, honing a lot of the focus in on their high-skilled women and like whether or not they're going to be appearing in the rest of the ecosystem. Like, that's their conversation. And I've noticed for EMEA, it's a lot of the time taking the shape of like focusing on the amateur and grassroots players, because for me, it's really about getting as many women in there as possible. And then, of course, making sure that the high skill players have that play time. But, you know, that's not going to do anything for us if there are like two really great teams who win all the time and maybe appear someone else when there are no other teams that are rising to that skill level as well to enter the ecosystem too. And since EMEA is so large and has so many players, this is kind of where our focus is. So I think like there isn't a lot of difference when it comes to like, are women playing? Because they're playing everywhere. But the approaches to making sure that they're getting the experiences that they want out of the esports community have to be different by nature of like political environment, social environment, economic environment, so on and so forth. Some areas in EMEA, for example, will probably need a lot of help just having the equipment to play, for example. And then some areas will have a ton of women, a ton of equipment, but then you have to kind of figure out how do we actually produce results there? Like how do we take this beyond just like getting everybody together to play like a community event, you know? Hopefully that answered your question. There are like actually so many different things to think about. I'm just not even sure where to start with that, honestly. Thank you.
That was me.
Hi.
Hi. It's like twofold. One of them is a follow-up from you. It's like I run the first like full bachelor's in academic esports where we have a subject called society and esports and education, where one of the main topics is the two-part idea that you're talking about. First of all, where for the first time in, let's call it like a full sports and everything, where the physical disadvantages doesn't really have the same impact as in very many other sports, and how do we promote, or how do you promote that things like being a boy? It's always like, oh, you can't play soccer with us because you're too weak, or you like if you put that thing in there's like, we now know that they can perform at the same level and they can do the exact same thing. You know, there is no like physical disadvantages. So how do we promote that? You know, because I think that you talked about the coaches. I think we as professors and stuff working with the students as well need to work with this way of thinking. And can you, as part of this movement that you're in and the company as well, show more clearly almost like that there are no physical disadvantages, there are no mental disadvantages, there's like, this is an even playing field for maybe the first time ever, so it could also project more understanding and inclusion in other sports as well, because you see them compete on a mixed team, because look at it, it's pretty much the only sport you can have full mixed teams without any problems at all. And I think in academia, if we start these programs and farther down in K-12 education too, if we start working that esports is an inclusive arena where everybody can compete on the same level, but we also need the industry to like trigger that kind of thoughts and maybe some ad campaigns. Could that be something like?
Yeah, I would say that this is something that I feel usually is already done by like groups that are focused on grassroots and D&I and esports. They tend to be the ones to like go into schools and open that conversation about like what the opportunities are and how, you know, anybody really can do it. I feel like from our perspective as a company, we really tried to shape the language and representation of the games to reflect this. Valorant is known to be a game that attracted a very diverse audience from the get-go. There are many women playing this game, and I'm sometimes very much caught off guard by how many women and young people especially come up to me to say that that's the first esports game they even bothered touching. They knew about all the other ones, but they were like, I went for Valorant. So I feel like in some ways, it's a lot about how you position a game as well. But I do feel like the conversation about like letting young people especially know that, you know, this is an opportunity for them and that it isn't bound by these limitations that you would see in sports is really just about making sure that that is said when you're talking to these groups. And I haven't, unfortunately, since I've only been working in this role for half a year, haven't had the opportunity to talk to so many people at that age in that area yet. But this would absolutely be something that I would do if I could. I mean, most of my conversations right now happen with the immediate Game Changers community, which actually includes a lot of students, since we accept players as young as 16. But obviously this starts earlier. I mean, how old were you when you picked up your first game? I mean, I also started playing when I was like 10 or so.
But you do like a guest lecture
Yeah, absolutely. This is actually exactly the kind of stuff I do. People at work are always talking about how my interviews and conversations are clogging up their LinkedIns. But I'm doing this for a reason, because I think it's really important that as many people as possible know exactly what opportunities are there and how much you can already do as someone in the esports space to connect yet another person that otherwise wouldn't be there with that opportunity, literally by sharing. So yes, this is exactly what I would love to do.
Okay, everyone, give Ashley a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I'm a Valorant player now, and my main agents are Brimstone and Breach. The guy who says I'm too old for this, and the guy who's Swedish and says tack a lot. But I did try to be raised a female agent, but I was too slow. Okay, so we need a league for over 40s. Okay, that's it for today, everybody. Yeah, we do. You're all going to get there. You make a difference. Help me now, you'll help yourself in the future. Those youngsters, their reactions. But Ashley will be at dinner with us tonight, and everyone, all the editors, you can annoy at dinner tonight, and dinner will happen in 1 hour and 5 minutes at Aqua. So everyone take the time to refresh yourselves, and we'll see you down at the restaurant, and we'll see you tomorrow after that, okay? Okay, great. Bye-bye.